Chapter 1106. Mountains crumbled, seas dried up. In an instant, the world changed into mulberry fields. Wisps of mist drifted about. A slender figure stood in the mist, towering above the abyss, overlooking the bronze immortal palace and the primal chaos immortal earth. She had condensed the power of time. Even someone as powerful as Gai Jioyo and the white-robed divine king could only retreat and watch from the distance, not daring to rashly approach. The 100,000 mountains were quiet. Life energy turned into small rivers, sparkling and translucent, flowing towards her body. The fluctuations of life surrounded her. This was a person that even ancient saints had to revere. Her eyes flickered, and reincarnation collapsed. Even heavenly geniuses were about to become withered bones. She didn't move, but just her appearance alone made people want to kneel and kowtow. And those who had this kind of feeling were all ancient saints. Who is it? The ancient race experts in the natural crater were naturally shocked. They all looked up. Above the abyss, the mist stirred. A pair of cold eyes gazed down, penetrating the void. Every single saint-level ancient king felt a great pressure, their skin and bones going cold. Below, some ancient saints felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't help but retreat. The life energy within their bodies leaked out, and their primordial spirits grew dim. It was as if they had aged several decades. What happened? Stop her. Our life force is flowing towards her. In the natural crater, the ancient race saints were shocked. Their bodies overflowed with essence energy, and every pore was shining. Their essence energy was decreasing sharply. This was something that had never happened before. Kill your way up. Even if the great sage came, he wouldn't dare to treat them like this. What kind of people were they? All races feared them, the four seas respected them. There was no one who didn't bow down. Shio! A jade-green arrow shot out. It was less than a meter long, but the trail of light it left behind was brilliant. It was like a comet that illuminated the entire sky. Ripples spread out, and streaks of lightning like cracks appeared in the void. The trajectories were twisted and irregular. Pop! This was an ancient saint's full-powered attack, but it couldn't pose any threat to Huang. This sacred arrow stopped 10 zhang away from him, and then it broke apart inch by inch, turning into powder with a chi sound. Who exactly is this person? Why is he targeting us? When did we make such a great enemy? The group of ancient kings were all uneasy. This was too powerful. Was this a quasi-emperor? Great sage Hun Tuo and Golden King's faces were dignified. Each and every one of them had their emotions fluctuating up and down as monstrous waves surged in their hearts. Based on their intuition, they knew that this person was absolutely stronger than them. Go up. The great sage of Qianluan said. He ordered an ancient saint to charge forward and kill his way out of the natural pit. The pressure underground was too great. Boom! This person rushed up, but as soon as he reached the entrance of the abyss, black mist surged, sweeping over. His entire body immediately trembled intensely, his flesh quickly withering. His entire body aged 1,000 years, losing large amounts of life force. His face was snow white, and his heart was filled with terror. He was sent flying backwards. The loss of 1,000 years of life essence was unbearable. It was as if his soul had been sucked out of him as he fell. That's too scary. His lips trembled as he fell to the ground. This was far more unbearable than a battle of life and death. Above, the mist lingered. That slender figure became even more unreachable as if he was standing in the 9 heavens. His eyes moved about, causing people to feel intimidated. The mist surged, submerging the entire natural pit. It was as if black clouds were pressing down, heavy and leaden. Even someone as powerful as an ancient saint felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his heart. Regardless of whether it was the past or the present, if one were to ask about the master of this world, it would undoubtedly be the ancient sages. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it took for an ancient emperor or a great emperor to be born. Only the ancient saints would often appear and rule this world. Yet today, they were actually suppressed. The several great sage all felt horrified. Is it an existence that is only half a step away from confirming the Tao, or has a great emperor of the human race been resurrected? Even the Golden King's voice was unnatural and contained a trace of fear. He, the great sage Hun Tuo, and the great sage of Qian Luan had all experienced the era of the Emperor of Fighting. They had personally witnessed the might of the ancient emperor and truly knew how terrifying it was. It was unrivaled throughout the ages and no one could resist it. The person before them didn't have the aura of an emperor, but why was his temperament similarly terrifying? It was as if a great emperor was hibernating and sleeping within his body. She is very strange. What realm has she reached exactly? The ancient race kings were all suspicious. Go, let's go up first. At this time, even the great sage Hun Tuo couldn't remain calm. Ding ling ling. A string of purple bells vibrated. The great sage of Qian Luan rose up. His body was covered in purple qi, and his sturdy body was protected by an extreme ancient imperial weapon. Each of the 10,000 dragon bells was sparkling and translucent like purple agate. When strung together, they formed a true dragon that shattered the sky, and the demonic sound was ear-splitting. Go up. The Golden King's eyes also narrowed. He took out his race's ancient imperial weapon and held it in front of him to protect everyone. The ancient saint who shot the jade arrow just now continuously drew his bow and shot out hundreds of arrows. Although they weren't holy weapons, they were still the arrows of a sage. They were extremely powerful and opened up a path in front of them, cutting open the black mist. However, this was completely ineffective. The black mist devoured everything, and all of the arrow's essence energy was stripped away. They released popping sounds like bubbles, and then they turned into ashes. Huang stood above, her eyes shining with endless light. She had the power to strip away one's life force. She finally moved, reaching out a hand and grabbing forward. This was a hand that was spotlessly white like jade. Even though it was surrounded by black mist, one could still see the sparkling radiance. It was far away, and it was useless no matter how that ancient saint tried to flee. She instantly grabbed him. Ah, a miserable cry sounded. This ancient saint struggled intensely, but he couldn't struggle free. His pitch-black hair quickly became snow-white, and his skin that was flickering with luster even more so quickly dried up, becoming covered in wrinkles. He aged in an instant. This is the power of time. Hurry and stop him. An ancient saint cried out in alarm, producing a weapon and attacking forward. However, it was already too late. Between the spotlessly white jade-like palm and fingers, that ancient saint's life force dried up, and his primordial spirit flame went out. His entire body turned into ashes. What is she? She doesn't seem like a creature at all. Is she the tangible embodiment of time, or the representative of death? There wasn't a single person here who didn't shiver inwardly, especially the two ancient saints who took action, feeling even more uneasy. They operated their Tao skills, wishing to summon back the pagoda and heaven-gathering umbrella that flew out. Pooh! The jade-like hand slapped down, simple and direct. The 33-layered ancient pagoda was smashed into dust, and the 100-zhang-tall heaven-gathering umbrella turned into ashes. There was nothing left of the holy artifact. Ah! At the same time, the two ancient saints cried out loudly. It was because the sparkling jade-like fingers swept over towards them. Even though the trajectory was graceful, the movements graceful, they were fatal. Great sage, save us! The two ancient saints cried out loudly, calling for help from Golden King, Qian Luan, and the others. They also displayed wondrous techniques themselves, doing everything they could to attack. Tao traces were endless, forming a net of light. Pop! Huang's power exceeded the imaginations of the people of this world. Tao traces shattered, divine light devoured by the black mist. This jade-like hand covered them. There were no wondrous techniques, only mist swirling about. These two people's blood energy dried up, white hair scattered about, teeth loose, bodies withered, only white bones left. The 10,000 dragon bell finally flew back. This is going to scare the ancient saints to death. Just what kind of background does she have to take on an ancient imperial weapon with her bare hands? After breaking a few immortal chains made of divine gold, her power has become even stronger, as if some kind of seal has been broken. In the distant sky, Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duanda, and the others were watching. When they saw this result, they all revealed looks of disbelief. Desolation has come. Even if these ancient saints don't die, they will lose a layer of skin. The ancient races will definitely suffer great losses. Duanda said. Desolation took action again, and this time, he flew into the abyss with his true body. This made the group of ancient saints restless, as if their nests were about to explode. As she approached, their life force rapidly flowed away. No one could endure it. Fortunately, the Golden Jian and 10,000 Dragon Bell revived, and the ancient emperor's aura became stronger and stronger, protecting everyone within auspicious light. Quickly retreat, open up a path for her. She is heading for the Bronze Immortal Palace. Great Sage Hunshuo shouted. However, how could their speed compare to this person? The ancient saints still couldn't see whether she was male or female, or what her true appearance was like, but they felt that her style was unmatched. Her slender body was extremely indistinct, and her hair fluttered about. A pair of eyes swept over, making all of the ancient saints' fine hairs stand on end, a layer of goosebumps appearing. It was as if a giant dragon was staring at a dog. Two ancient saints were wrapped in black mist, struggling with great difficulty. However, their lives flowed away, and in the end, they became white bones. The others did their best to resist, especially the Golden Jian and 10,000 Dragon Bell. Dang! This time, the Golden Jian flew out, struck into the heavens by Desolation's palm, disappearing into primal chaos. Chong! The 10,000 Dragon Bell's purple light covered the sun, auspicious energy surging. However, after just shaking a few times, it also flew out, struck into the foreign battlefield. Go! The three great sage turned around to run, not having the will to fight at all. How were they supposed to fight against this type of person? There was only defeat and no victory, unless the Emperor of Fighting revived. Blood originally splashed outwards. Desolation's jade hand slapped down, and then two ancient saints collapsed. Bright red blood and sparkling white bone fragments flew outwards. However, their essence energy immediately disappeared, turning into ashes. Chapter 1107. Huang entered the natural crater. This was a disaster that not even ancient saints could endure. Two ancient imperial weapons were sent flying. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that the deities within the Golden Jian and 10,000 Dragon Bell revived, rushing back from outer space. Otherwise, the two great emperor clans might have lost their immortal weapons. Despite this being the case, no one could change anything. Right now, there was only one thing they could do: run. The ancient tomb of the human race great emperor couldn't be touched. This place was first guarded by the Bronze Immortal Palace, and now, an existence comparable to an emperor realm expert appeared, making them suffer great losses. Pooh! A crack appeared between the brows of a few ancient saints. Blood flowed out, and their life force quickly leaked out. Their primordial spirit flames were about to go out. Their entire bodies were dispirited and listless, as if they immediately aged several thousand years. Miserable cries sounded one after another. Once Huang approached, even the powerful ancient saints couldn't endure it. Their bodies aged, reaching the end of their lives. In the distance, a layer of goosebumps appeared on Yi Fan's body. All of the fine hairs on his body stood on end. What kind of cultivation realm was this? He entered a group of ancient saints alone, making all of them turn into corpses. Kill! An ancient saint cried out. In the end, a palm descended from the sky, turning him into a meat patty. Then, his spiritual essence scattered, his body and spirit wiped out. Few people had divine artifacts, but they were like tattered paper. A light brush from Huang turned them into powder. Before him, they weren't even comparable to 3-year-old children. They were truly ants. Go! Great Sage Qinluan, Golden King, and Great Sage Hunchuo held their ancient imperial weapons and broke out. They didn't want to stay here for even a moment. Even if there was an undying medicine left in the Great Tomb, they didn't want it. Chang! The golden Jian and 10,000 dragon bells shook together, finally cutting open the black mist and opening up a path of life. The three of them fled in a sorry state. Only 4 Saint Kings followed them out. The remaining people released miserable cries. Under Huang's slap, they all turned into meat paste. Their spiritual essence scattered, turning into dust. Not a single one remained. The natural crater was completely silent. Apart from the 7 who escaped, this group of ancient saints was completely wiped out. For the ancient races, this was a tremendous loss. Just how much time had passed? A single person descended from above, slaughtering all of these experts. She was the only one here, standing alone, facing the bronze immortal palace. During these past few days, the southern domain had been in an uproar. Whether it was the ancient race or the human cultivators, there was no one who wasn't paying attention to the Great Tomb. However now, with Huang's appearance, all sides became quiet, completely calming down this type of noise and chaos. No one dared to set their eyes on this place anymore. Huang made a trip around the bronze immortal palace. Then, with a raise of his hand, this palace flew up, floating in midair. Multicolored light erupted in 10,000 streaks, auspicious brilliance descending in 1,000 streaks. That blood-colored, immortal, character was restrained. She entered the primal chaos immortal soil alone. Not long after, all types of immortal radiance flew out, turning into strands of dense multicolored mist. With zheng-zheng sounds, they entered the Copper Palace. Huang came out, feeling disappointed and frustrated. The primal chaos immortal earth began to collapse. One could clearly see an expanse of artifacts flying into the Copper Palace. Boom! A quarter of an hour later, black mists overflowed into the heavens. Huang rushed into the sky. She supported the bronze immortal palace with her hand, leaving Alcade ancient lands. The primal chaos immortal earth collapsed, turning into an expanse of multicolored mist, forever disappearing, no longer existing. She is. Duanda frowned. The Black Emperor was at a loss for words. He wanted to say something, but he discovered that he could only swallow a mouthful of saliva, finding it hard to speak. It was just this simple, just this easy. The Great Tomb was razed to the ground by her. She carried the grand bronze immortal palace in one hand, flying towards the ancient desolate forbidden land. No one in this world dared to stop her. She left just like that. Yi Fan said to himself. Ayo, we missed out on a tremendous opportunity. Just now, the ancient desolate forbidden land was empty, no one guarding it. We could have stolen the 9 wondrous divine medicine, and at the same time, we could have taken a look at how the path of immortality really was. Longma was too late for regrets. The others stared at it at the same time. Huang was so terrifying, who dared plunder her forbidden land? They really were tired of living. Even if they succeeded, they wouldn't be able to live for more than a few days. Huang left into the distance, a single step crossing tens of thousands of li. He passed through the heavens above. All birds and cultivators that encountered him turned into dust, their life force extinguished. Fortunately, she didn't walk on the great earth, or else nothing would be left. Her life force would be completely wiped out, and she would die for hundreds of thousands of li hong long long. The heavens collapsed and earth split apart. Black mists surged endlessly. Huang seemed to have returned to the ancient desolate forbidden land with a single step. It was as if this world couldn't contain her body. She held the bronze immortal palace in her hands, standing alone above the abyss for a long time. Then, she slowly descended, her figure disappearing into the darkness. Peace was restored in all directions. On the 9 sacred mountains, divine springs surged. The 9 wondrous divine medicine released a delicate fragrance, growing vigorously and flickering with radiance. The southern region was peaceful for a long time. Everyone was trembling inwardly. Huang appeared in the world, freely moving about the life-restricted lands. All of the cultivators in this region felt a deep fear, wishing to leave. Who could contend against an unmatched existence from the life-restricted lands? In the ancient years, all of the darkness chaos originated from the 7 great life-restricted lands. Many ancient saints fell in this battle, news spreading through the 5 regions. There was no one who wasn't horrified. Huang, who is she? She could actually appear in this world. Once she appears, who can contend against her? The ancient races are in mourning. This time, their losses were disastrous. A group of ancient saints were all wiped out in front of the emperor's tomb. Apart from a few individuals, no one else was able to escape. This is a great event since the creation of the world. The ruler of the life-restricted region took action. How many times has this happened since the ancient times? The entire world erupted into commotion. Huang appeared in the world, the effects great and incomparable. The people of the world were all discussing this. The ancient races were in a miserable state. This time, their teeth were crushed, and they swallowed the blood in their stomachs. It was just too miserable. A group of ancient saints were scattered and wiped out by a single person, not daring to resist. Why was it like this? Even an extreme Tao ancient emperor weapon couldn't stop her, sent flying with a single slap. Even the ancient emperor's aura that revived couldn't suppress her. What kind of existence was this? She didn't release the aura of a great emperor, but her flesh definitely reached this cultivation realm. Otherwise, how could she have these types of methods? This was what a saint king who survived said. Emperor realm flesh? This was a conclusion that made one couldn't help but think deeply and shiver inwardly. In this world, there should only be a single ancient emperor or great emperor. The two shouldn't meet, or else the others wouldn't be able to verify the Tao. Ah woo. The ancient races were covered in white mourning clothes. Many ancient saints died, many people crying. Those who could become ancient saints, which one of them wasn't the ancestor of a clan? Yet now, it ended like this. Northern region was filled with cries of grief. The emperor clans of all directions, king clans of all directions were covered in a gloomy mist. The losses were great, difficult to make up for. It really was a serious injury. Who was she? The entire world was discussing this. There wasn't a single person who didn't want to know. There is a 9-wonder divine medicine on the sacred mountain, 1 stalk divided into 9 stalks, watered daily by 9 divine springs, nourishing undying immortal energy. Could it be the divine silkworm ancient emperor? Within the ancient races, someone tossed out this type of conclusion. It was because the 9-wonder divine medicine belonged to the divine silkworm Ridge's ancient emperor. Moreover, it was rumored that the divine silkworm exceeded the 10th transformation, reaching the ultimate realm, difficult for it to wither away. Impossible, it's been too long. The divine silkworm ancient emperor is someone from the archaic years, 1 or 2 million years have passed since then. How could he have lived until now? Moreover, the divine silkworm Ridge had records that a half-emperor personally sent his father emperor into a divine ancient coffin, buried in the 9 heavens beyond. There was no way he could have appeared alive. It's the vicious great emperor, she might still be alive. There were a few ancient sects that recorded ancient secret histories. There were a few living fossils that came to this conclusion, but it was difficult for them to provide any convincing proof. Correct, the great tomb under Alcade seems to belong to the vicious person. If Huang is her, then it makes sense. However, who could live for so long? The vicious great emperor had already lived for more than 200,000 years. No matter how stunning she was, she still couldn't resist the passage of time. Was it really her? Devouring life force, this is extremely similar to her heaven-swallowing demonic art. To be more precise, it is a sublimated heavenly art. Someone made this association. Found it, I finally found a recording. In the ancient past, the 9 sacred mountains were originally a place of origin for the human race. It was rumored that the human ancestor came from outside this region, descending there. Later on, it was occupied by a holy spirit. She might be a holy spirit. The entire world was in an uproar. Everyone began to speculate, but no one came to a conclusion. The unmatched existences of the 7 great life-restricted regions all had terrifying origins. From past until now, apart from great emperors, no one truly knew their origins. Inside the ancient races, there was a bleak atmosphere. So many ancient saints died, injuring their foundation. That figure made them shiver inwardly. If this person was a great emperor, what race did she belong to? The archaic clans all shivered inwardly. It was because Huang slapped so many ancient saints to death with a single palm, targeting them. She is a human. I can tell that she is definitely not my ancient race's emperor. A saint king that escaped spoke, coming to this conclusion. It left all of the ancient race's virtuous ones shocked. As for the 3 great sages, they didn't say a single word after returning, directly entering seclusion, not saying anything. What? A living Motherf * king human king? The ancient race participants were all stupefied. Every single one of them felt a chill run from head to toe. This was a type of unmatched shock. Who is going to Origin Ancient Mine? Send news in. An extremely aged ancient king said with a trembling voice. Who can enter Origin Ancient Mine? If one recklessly barges in, there will definitely be a great disaster. Another ancient saint said. I believe she isn't targeting us, only going for the Bronze Immortal Palace. We might have touched something we shouldn't have touched. When this ancient saint's words sounded, everyone was stunned. Then, they felt their bodies become even colder, their scalps a bit numb. Cold air seeped into their bones. That place was the ancient tomb of a human great emperor. Huang went to stop it, slaughtering so many saints. One could well imagine what this signified. Coexist peacefully with the human race, don't vainly think about treating them as food anymore. Meanwhile, the world has changed, long no longer the archaic era. The number of great emperors the human race has produced isn't any less than the ancient emperors. An old saint said. Many people became silent. From start to finish, it was always them who couldn't change their mentality, always feeling that the human race was weak and small, that they should be like the archaic era, relying on the various great clans, kneeling under their feet, taking life and death as they pleased. However, if one thought about it carefully, the human race didn't just produce a single great emperor, exceeding any of the ancient emperor clans, above all of the great clans. Race wiping out, that's just wishful thinking. If there really is a human great emperor alive, the ones who will be completely wiped out will be us. If we attack, it will only be a local battle, so we should stop before going too far. For example, attacking the human race's holy body, we definitely can't let him grow up. He can already slaughter saints now, this is a type of omen that can corroborate the Tao in the future. Someone said. Huang appeared, slaughtering the ancient clans until they were trembling with fear. They didn't dare anger him, but some of the more extreme ancient kings even more so realized that they definitely couldn't let the human race have another emperor, that they should be strangled in the cradle. Huang was suspected to be the human great emperor, and there were even more who believed that she was the vicious great emperor, the most astonishing and stunning individual in history. From that day forth, outside the ancient desolate restricted land, there were often people who kowtowed, praying for the human great emperor's protection, suppressing this great world where all races came from, returning the human race to peace. It was precisely from that day forth that an even more magnificent war song sounded. There were many corpses on the path of corroboration, the path of immortality about to open. Yi Fan was about to ascend the heavenly path, treading on this war song. Chapter 1108. With this poor Taoist's 1,800,000 years of cultivation, together with my many years of archaeological experience, the great tomb under Alcade definitely belongs to Huang, who is undoubtedly a fierce person. Duanda said. Uncle Duan, the human ancestor came to the Big Dipper only 1,000,000 years ago, far less than 1.8 million years ago, Yi Tong whispered. Duanda laughed and said, Who am I? One dream is 1,000,000 autumns. I became an immortal in the archaic era. Yi Tong rolled her eyes and ignored him. The name, Desolate, made Yi Fan's heart pound. He had formed many karmic ties with this stunning woman along the way. Brat, you're in big trouble. Not to mention the myriad energy cauldron and the immortal treasure map, even the divine fruit you picked when you came to the Big Dipper and the 9-dragon coffin was planted by Desolate. You owe her a great favor from the very beginning. The Black Emperor bared his teeth. Yi Fan was in big trouble. Going to the land of ascension and taking out the green cauldron on Earth was also related to Desolate. Impossible. How can a person live for more than 200,000 years? I don't believe it, not even if she is a human emperor. Longma shook his head. It's useless even if you don't believe it. All signs point to Desolate being a shell shed by Desolate. The Black Emperor sneered. This doesn't make sense. Did she become an immortal? A shell can become immortal and turn into a forbidden land. What can't she do? Longma's eyes widened. I didn't believe it in the past either, but Alkaid's black gold emperor cauldron, this great tomb, and Desolation's longevity power have made me realize what kind of true meaning Emperor Wu Shi revealed when he gazed at the 9 sacred mountains, looked back at Alkaid's old land, and looked at the northern region. The ancient desolate forbidden land was most likely created by a human emperor. The Black Emperor gazed into the southern lands. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. One of the 7 forbidden zones was created by a human. How could this be shocking? How could she be so heaven-defying? How could she do all this? Longma came from the other side of the starry sky, so he didn't know much about ancient emperors. Because she is a ruthless person. Duanda said. The meaning behind her words was clear. There was no need for any other reason. She was a ruthless person, and that was enough. There was nothing she couldn't do. A gust of cold wind blew over. Alkaid's old land was in a state of devastation. White bones were everywhere in the surrounding wasteland, and all kinds of birds and beasts were almost wiped out. Once Huang appeared, she would devour heaven and earth, all types of life energy seized by her, terrifying beyond compare. Yi Fan and the others returned to the north region and entered the heavenly village. Dongfang Yi, Yan Ishi, Li Heishui, and the others gathered from time to time. They were all shocked when they talked about the ancient desolate forbidden lands. Now, they could only guess that it was related to Vicious, and that it might be her. However, there was no conclusive evidence at all. What were the origins of the other 6 forbidden zones? The path of immortality was about to open. It was unknown whether or not the unparalleled existences of these forbidden lands would jump out when the day came. It was hard to imagine what kind of great waves would be created. The most glorious golden age has arrived. The magnificent war song has already been played, and I don't know how many people will die. Killing Saint Chi Luo said with narrowed eyes. In the following days, Yi Fan kept a low profile, and he had no choice but to do so. First, he killed the heavenly prince, and then he chased the golden goddess Guang Ho to escape. In the end, he slaughtered the ancient Saint Ho Tan. His performance was too dazzling. Some people from the ancient races secretly offered a price. Whoever could kill Yi Fan would receive an astonishing reward. Many great races wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. Undercurrents were surging, and no one from the radical faction was willing to see Yi Fan become a saint. Allowing someone who could prove the Tao to smoothly mature would be a disaster for them. Killing him in the cradle was the best choice. In the recent 2 months, Yi Fan had always been in seclusion. Even if there were people who were proficient in divination and divine techniques, they couldn't calculate anything because he had the green copper cauldron on him. During these days, he stood on the 6th minor step of the 3 slashes of the immortal Tao. He could step onto the 7th minor step at any time, but he still couldn't grasp the essentials and couldn't advance. Sitting in seclusion couldn't solve the problem. In another 3 or 4 months, he would leave this world. Yi Fan sighed softly and stood up. He decided to go out for a walk and take one last look. Once he stepped onto the heavenly path and embarked on the most powerful journey of training, he might never return. Perhaps he would become a clump of yellow soil scattered in outer space. The old master of the extraordinary warrior manner made it clear that even 3 people with the human race's divine physique had died in battle. Their blood dyed the starry skies and their bones were buried in foreign lands. Those were all his seniors who had the same physique as him and might not be weaker than him. During these days, the world was in turmoil and couldn't calm down. 3 ancient sages from outer space descended on this ancient star, causing everyone to be alarmed. This indicated that the opening of the immortal path was near. People were both expectant and afraid. The number of people who wanted to enter the immortal domain was limited, and they would most likely fight until the ancient star collapsed. When Yi Fan came out, he discovered that the various lands weren't peaceful. He learned from secret channels that anyone who could provide clues related to him could obtain a divine artifact as a reward. Just how shocking was this? One has to understand that most ancient sages didn't even have divine materials to refine weapons. Only a few people had divine artifacts. Apart from this, the ancient desolate forbidden land became an immortal land that people worshipped. Incense smoke rose in spirals every day. Many human cultivators went there to pay their respects, treating Huang as the human race's great emperor. West of Hanggu Pass, the one-way small-scale 5-colored altar continues, appearing on many ancient stars. Where exactly does it lead to? Yi Fan said to himself. That day, he, Longma and the others descended outside Undying Mountain, but they didn't find the 5-colored altar that should have appeared. Based on their suspicions, it might be inside Undying Mountain, but they really couldn't enter to search. Perhaps it might be outside Undying Mountain. Yi Fan arrived in the central region again. He stood outside Undying Mountain and looked at these majestic black great mountains. They were all grand and imposing, the kings and emperors of these mountains. Suddenly, a streak of light rushed past. It was too fast, difficult for one to see clearly. It brushed past Undying Mountain and entered the distant great wastelands. What is this? Yi Fan was shocked. He felt that it was a bit familiar and chased after it. Unfortunately, after searching for an hour, he didn't find anything. Later on, a group of cultivators chased after it. The mountain range was in chaos. Dao brother, what happened? Yi Fan asked for guidance. Are you someone from the central region? Don't you know what happened recently? Someone stopped and looked at him strangely. I just happened to see it when I was passing by. Could it be that there are some hidden secrets? Yi Fan asked. A strange magical artifact appeared near Undying Mountain. It has become more and more vicious these days, often going to plunder cultivators and collect their blood. Just now, a well-known figure was even captured. What? There was such a thing? Yi Fan was astonished. Apart from a few exceptions, normally, only holy artifacts could produce deities and develop spiritual intelligence. Now, this type of secret treasure actually appeared in this world. In the end, the search came to nothing. People didn't find anything. Yi Fan also searched outside Undying Mountain for a few days, but he still couldn't find the small 5-colored altar. He could only choose to leave. Just as he was leaving, Yi Fan saw a silver flying magical artifact disappear in a flash. It tore through the sky like a bolt of lightning and fled into the distance in an instant. It's it. Yi Fan was shocked. He recognized it. It was the magical artifact he saw a few days ago. It was also the mysterious flying machine he saw in the central region's sky-gazing ancient city several decades ago. Sky-gazing city was one of the central region's 10 great ancient cities. There was a sparkling stone platform in the city. According to legend, Great Emperor Wuxia often gazed into outer space from there. Several decades ago, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the Black Emperor had seen a flying machine descend from outer space with their own eyes. It attracted the central region's cultivators in a frantic pursuit, and in the end, it fell into Undying Mountain. In those distant ancient years, there were often legends that powerful divine objects would occasionally fall from the boundless starry sky. Back then, people naturally thought that it was a divine artifact from outer space. However, Yi Fan saw it clearly. It looked extremely similar to a flying saucer. It really does look like a flying saucer. Now that he saw it again, he was immediately shaken. It was exactly the same as what he saw in the past. That was a huge luminous object. Its speed was extremely fast, and it dove into the depths of the mountain range like a silver beam of light. It was shaped like a huge disk, flickering with a cold metallic luster. Yifan used the movement's secret character and chased after it. However, he still didn't find anything and didn't find any clues. It came out from Undying Mountain. He was very astonished. What kind of place was Undying Mountain? No one knew it better than him because he had personally entered it. If it wasn't for little Nan Nan, even the Black Emperor, a great formation master, would have died inside a long time ago. Yifan re-entered Sky-Gazing City and learned about the recent events in the central region. He was sure that it was the flying machine that fell in outer space back then, because many people also remembered it. It seemed to have been damaged back then, but now that it's repaired, it's starting to attack many cultivators without the slightest scruple. As long as a streak of light sweeps past, no expert can stop it and will be captured. Now, everyone is in a state of panic. Yifan was astonished. This flying machine was actually collecting blood. Some of the people it captured in the beginning died, and some were released. That was why people knew about it. The more powerful the creature, the more interested it is. From strange beasts to humans, and then to the ancient race, it has captured at least several hundred to over 1,000 people in a short half a month. You're wrong. It started taking action several years ago, but it's becoming more and more unrestrained these days. Only then did more and more people learn about it. I reckon that it might have achieved its objective and wants to leave. That's why it isn't hiding anymore. Sure enough, in the following days, this disc-shaped flying machine appeared frequently. In the end, an astonishing rumor actually appeared. Several of the ancient race's Tao executioners were swept through by the divine light and captured. What? It's starting to take action against the Tao executioners. It's becoming more and more unrestrained. Everyone was stupefied. At the same time, they felt a chill. What kind of weapon was this? Why was it always targeting cultivators? In the following days, this mysterious magical artifact flickering with silver radiance that seemed to be forged from greenish-white divine gold frequently appeared. It actually attacked the demon race's ancient holy land of inheritance, Panyao Palace. Moreover, at the same time, several important places of the human race and ancient race in the central region were separately attacked, and many experts went missing. It's crazy. If a weapon dares to act like this, it's most likely going to draw out the ancient saints. It's definitely a formidable divine artifact. Everyone was dumbstruck. Wang. The void rumbled. No one had expected it to appear in the Sky-Gazing City and search for a powerful target. Yifan frowned. This disc-shaped flying machine was extremely large, and its speed was almost catching up to light. It was truly astonishing, and its material was even more special. It was comparable to the divine material used to forge divine artifacts. Swoosh! A streak of divine light swept down and actually rushed towards him. Yifan activated the move character art, but he was still a step too late. This beam of light was extremely large, covering almost half of the city. Damn it, it's making a move against me. Yifan discovered that he couldn't help but soar into the sky along with the beam of light, heading straight for the greenish gold disk. Chapter 1109. This was an orange beam of light that enveloped Yifan. Hazy multicolored light surrounded him and allowed him to soar into the enormous azurite disk. Spatial Tao marks. Yifan discovered that this light was the law of the void. The strands merged together to form this bizarre light. The flying machine emitted a silver radiance as it swallowed the heaven and earth. When he approached the azurite disk, he was even more certain that this artifact was a type of compound divine material that could be used to refine divine artifacts. Among them were Daluo's silver essence, azurite, mutton fat jade iron, and others. Shio! The law of light was too fast. Yifan was almost transformed into light. The disk flickered with a cold metallic luster. The bottom opened up to reveal a light hole that sucked him in. Then, the bottom closed. This was an enormous golden palace, or perhaps it could be called a cage. It was spacious and silent as if he had arrived in the cosmos. The four walls were made of metal with many runes carved on them. There were also flowers, birds, fish, insects, birds, and beasts. They flickered with specks of luster like the stars in the night sky. Meanwhile, the top of the ark was densely covered with all kinds of profound and complex patterns. Yi Fan was startled. Was this really a flying saucer? No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a powerful spatial artifact that had sucked him in. This was a small world within the artifact. These patterns are Tao marks. He frowned and realized that it was far from as simple as he had imagined. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to restrain him like the interweaving laws within a divine artifact. This was a bit different from what he had expected. It might not necessarily be a flying saucer. It might really be a strange artifact that had given birth to a deity. That was why there were all kinds of strange phenomena. Boom! Yi Fan stretched out his palm. His golden fist flickered with blazing light as it smashed towards the metal wall. Now, his physical strength alone was enough to shatter a half-sage artifact. However, the reality was beyond his expectations. The golden wall buzzed and buzzed, but it wasn't damaged. Streaks of patterns and beautiful lines swayed like silver snakes. It's not a flying saucer, but a divine artifact. Yi Fan was astonished. Boom! He circulated his divine force again. His golden body was as clear as colored glass. All the pores on his body were swallowing multicolored light and releasing brilliant radiance. The attack power of Yi Fan's fist was incomparably great. It shattered the vacuum and struck the inner wall, but it still only produced a loud metallic sound. There were no signs of damage. What a powerful fleshly body. It has the purest and most powerful bloodline power. If I can find a peerless golden body, it could be a candidate for the strongest bloodline body. This is a rare treasure. A spiritual wave was transmitted over, as if it was evaluating Yi Fan, revealing a kind of excitement. At the same time, a piece of metal wall became transparent, and this spacious pure metal palace could be seen through from the outside. Yi Fan discovered that this huge metal disc was made of divine material and was engraved with Taoist marks, but he couldn't completely rule out that it wasn't a flying saucer. What he saw in front of him made him feel rather uneasy. The outside world was even more vast. There were metal palaces one after another, every single one of them sparkling and translucent. It was unknown what kind of material they were made of, but all types of creatures were locked up within. Demon race, human race, ancient race, all kinds of different races. Yi Fan discovered that the creatures locked up here were all extremely powerful races. Even the birds of prey and beasts were all ancient species. For example, there was a golden-winged pang whose entire body seemed to be made of gold. It was several hundred meters long and dazzling, and there was also a three-legged golden crow surging with raging flames. The spatial laws of this place are too powerful. Several hundred meters of strange beasts are all contained within a small metal palace. Yi Fan was astonished. He could imagine that this huge metal disc didn't use up as much divine material as he had imagined. It was just that there were extremely powerful Taoist marks interweaving throughout it. Meanwhile, there were many small palaces within it. As a result, it was able to accommodate the experts of various races, and it wasn't chaotic. Those Tao executioners are also here. Yi Fan discovered the Tao executioners of the ancient race. They were dispirited and listless, and there were bloodstains dripping from their bodies. It seemed like their blood had been extracted. This was a prison. There were over 10,000 small metal palaces, and they were all sparkling and translucent. Almost all of them were locked up with powerful races. It was to the extent where Yi Fan discovered a stoneman, only, it was badly damaged. It was only at the Tao's severing realm and not a true Holy Spirit. Apart from this, he also saw a few races he didn't recognize at all. He suspected that they didn't belong to this ancient star. Their entire bodies were dark green in color, and they didn't possess human forms. They were actually able to control lightning innately. They were hacking at the palaces, wishing to rush out. It was clear that the spacious giant palace Yi Fan was staying in couldn't be considered a prison. It was merely an entrance used to capture cultivators. A strange sound rang through the air. A fire phoenix that was completely brilliant and blood-red like multicolored clouds suddenly appeared not too far away. There was no way this was a true phoenix. It was just a descendant that possessed its blood, and the purity was extremely high. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so similar. 5-colored auspicious light flickered about. It was as if it was cast from phoenix blood and gold as it rushed over murderously. Chong! A single flap of its wings would tear apart the void. Every inch of its flesh was terrifyingly powerful. The flowing blood released thunderous sounds. One could see just how powerful its physique was. Chi! This was a true phoenix spreading its wings. The phoenix blood's scarlet golden multicolored light was dazzling. It tore through the void and hacked at Yi Fan's head. In addition, a pair of phoenix claws moved towards the crown of his head. A Dao-severing phoenix blood mutant beast. Yi Fan was shocked. There were so many powerful ancient divine seeds locked up in the metal disc. It was simply a treasury. Any one of them that was released was already like this. If it was a normal person, they would undoubtedly die after being attacked by this phoenix descendant. Just its physical strength alone was unmatched. Its bloodline was powerful, and with a wave of its wings, it could tear apart the void. However, who was Yi Fan? This was a glorious human race divine body. Just based on physical strength alone, who dared contend against him in the Dao-severing realm? If they faced him head-on, they would only be defeated and killed. Pung! When Yi Fan stretched out his body, his movements looked extremely slow. However, this was just a type of misconception. His fist was like golden lightning as it smashed into this Dao-severing phoenix's body. The sound of bones shattering rang through the air. At the same time, a large misty rain of blood scattered down on the golden palace. This type of miraculous phoenix tumbled outwards, its scarlet golden plume feathers fluttering about. Yi Fan frowned. This phoenix's physical body was ridiculously powerful. If it was any other Dao-severing expert, they would have most likely turned into a bloody paste. Not even a bone fragment would remain. Worthy of being a treasure-level species. The prey we caught this time can be considered exceptional. Its blood is priceless and worth having. The sound of someone clapping could be heard, as if they were sighing in admiration. Within the tens of thousands of metal palaces, there was a jade passageway that flickered with brilliant radiance. A male and female walked over, both of them with long purple hair that was bright and supple. They both possessed extremely beautiful appearances that were similar to humans. I already said that there was no need to test it out. This prey is extremely perfect, yet you just didn't believe me. You practically wasted one of the most powerful mutant phoenixes, said that male. He was extremely handsome, and he wore battle clothes that flickered with silver radiance. There were powerful Dao marks interweaved on them. The female's purple hair reached her waist, and her skin was spotlessly white like fine jade. Her pupils flickered with purple light, and she was as beautiful as a fairy. She also wore divine clothes that flowed with metallic luster. She smiled and said, "I didn't expect to have such a great harvest before leaving." Yi Fan looked at them coldly through the metal walls that had already become transparent. Without a doubt, these two viewed him as prey, as if they were facing a wild beast that didn't belong to the same world. Dao patterns flickered beneath their feet, and all types of symbols appeared. The enormous metal palace that Yi Fan was in trembled. Multicolored light erupted, and strand after strand of divine patterns covered it densely. Whoosh! He was transported into another sealed metal room, far away from the palace area that he had just seen. This place seemed to be a laboratory, and through the sparkling and translucent prison walls, he could see all types of equipment outside. Yi Fan revealed an astonished expression. This place was densely covered with Dao marks and had modern technology. It was truly a bit different, as if two civilizations had blended together. However, he wasn't very astonished, because he himself came from a technological civilization on the other side of the starry sky, even though that place wasn't considered prosperous or developed. Through your eyes, I can see the astonishment. Is it very strange? The purple-haired male stood with his hands behind his back, and there was a trace of mockery at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he was examining his own slave. He sized him up and said, "The vastness of the universe is beyond your imagination. Even though almost all of them are dead stars and only a few ancient stars with life, it is enough to give birth to different civilizations." The purple-eyed female's hair was bright and beautiful, and there was a kind of spirituality about her. Her whole body flickered with sparkling radiance, and she also looked at Yi Fan for a long time. She seemed to be very satisfied and said, "Extract the blood of this prey, and it can most likely be used to create the strongest combat body. It might be comparable to the other few samples of divine blood in our eternal kingdom, or even comparable to the sealed and precious ancient blood of the gods in the celestial treasury." They were all communicating through spiritual waves, or else Yi Fan wouldn't have been able to understand them. It was obvious that they came from an extraterrestrial civilization and had a unique language. "Who are you, where did you come from, and how many ancient stars with life are there in the universe? Why have you come here? What is your purpose?" Yi Fan didn't have the slightest awareness of being a captive. Instead, he asked one question after another, asking the other party, "Who is the captive?" The purple-haired male smiled indifferently, and the silver battle suit on his body flowed with divine splendor. Then, he violently stomped on a formation pattern on the ground, and the densely packed metal room was instantly intertwined with lightning. It was no less than a heavenly tribulation, and it was formed by a killing formation. However, what surprised him was that Yi Fan didn't move at all. The lightning covered his body, and the pores all over his body relaxed as he tempered his body with lightning. Golden ripples spread across his body, and he looked like a golden god of war. So powerful. The man couldn't help but nod. He originally wanted to let Yi Fan suffer a little, but he didn't expect the lightning to be ineffective. Oh, the blood flowing in his body can't really be comparable to the ancient blood of the gods, right? Immediately carry out a blood sample analysis. The purple-eyed female's eyes were burning with a strange splendor. Obviously, this kind of passion in her beautiful eyes was only the anticipation of the extraordinary performance of her prey, and nothing else. A group of people walked over and entered the laboratory. They turned on all kinds of technological instruments and discussed something from time to time. Unfortunately, there was a language barrier, and Yi Fan couldn't understand what they were talking about. These people looked at him as if they were facing the most precious prehistoric species, and their eyes were burning with passion. Yi Fan could see that these people indeed came from another civilized world. They had grasped the Tao marks and laws, and combined with the technological civilization, they formed an extremely terrifying system. "You guys be careful. The biggest harvest of this hunt is him, and he's the most perfect individual. You must be careful when extracting his blood and God rule shards. Don't let him fall," the purple-haired male instructed solemnly. "That's right. I'm going to raise this prey and treasure it in the heavenly immortal garden. I'm going to use it to compete with the divine pets of those princesses and Uncle Wang," the purple-eyed female said in high spirits. Yi Fan faced them coldly and looked at them quietly. These people really treated him as an inferior species, or even a wild beast. A huge screen flickered, and many light sources inside the flying saucer lit up. They all shone towards Yi Fan, and all kinds of Tao marks revived in the metal room. They interweaved into silver snakes and were about to connect to his body. They were going to calculate and analyze through that huge screen. Hong! Suddenly, Yi Fan sensed danger. Tens of thousands of silver snakes materialized and pierced towards his body to suck his blood. He couldn't stay calm anymore at this moment. This metal room was incomparably sturdy and comparable to a divine artifact. It was refined from divine materials, and he didn't want to waste time. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen, so he directly took out the green copper cauldron from within his body. Now, he couldn't activate this immortal cauldron, but he could carry it with his hand and directly smash it like a heavy weapon. Dang! Yi Fan's strength was great. He swung the green cauldron with his arm and heavily struck the metal wall. A streak of green light flashed past, and the entire sealed metal wall was smashed into pieces. "Quick, stop him. These people immediately turned pale with fright. This was something that had never happened before. They had previously evaluated this prey and believed that it was impossible for him to shake the flying divine artifact, but now, such a terrifying thing had happened. You want to raise me? I think it's more like you guys are my pets. Besides, this ship also belongs to me. After Yi Fan broke free, he pounced towards the man and woman in the lead. Chapter 11:10. Inside the laboratory made of metal, all kinds of instruments were flashing. The giant screen was the most dazzling. After Yi Fan escaped, the entire metal palace was filled with ear-piercing alarms. At the same time, ancient runes were flashing on the ground and metal walls. Beautiful lines lit up, like the proudest masterpiece of a calligrapher. It was full of a strong sense of beauty and condensed the charm of the Great Path. Without a doubt, this was the power of the Divine Order. It was condensed from the Great Path, a civilization where technology and rules blended together to form a terrifying system. Inside the metal palace, it was as if a grand fireworks shower was blooming, gorgeous and colorful. All the runes were resurrected and intertwined into a terrifying pattern, covering Yi Fan. The power of a divine instrument. Yi Fan's expression changed. He finally saw the terror of the spaceship. This was not the flying saucer from the other side of the starry sky, but a divine instrument made of divine materials. Chi. In addition to the broken green cauldron, a black arrow appeared in his hand. With a forceful stroke, all kinds of divine rules that were rushing toward him were disintegrated. Everyone in the laboratory was shocked and shouted. Lines swam on the metal wall, shining with immortal divine light, and more powerful rules were intertwined. Boom! Yi Fan abandoned the man and woman in the lead and used the Xing formula. He came to the edge of the laboratory in one step, holding the green copper cauldron and using it as a golden hammer to beat drums. He smashed it hard. Pa! Even the metal palace made of divine materials couldn't withstand a scratch from the green copper. With a series of cracking sounds, the front wall that was several feet thick collapsed, turning into metal pieces that crashed into other areas. Quick, stop him, the purple-haired man shouted. Two beams of purple light shot out from his eyes and turned into divine rules, striking at Yi Fan. This was not a pure technological civilization. They had taken a different path. They had technology and mastered the divine rules of the Great Path, complementing each other to perfection. Clang! Yi Fan's mid-brows flashed, and the primitive emperor's Taoist sword struck out. It turned into a small golden sword that was about an inch long and shattered the divine rules. Suppress it with all your strength. If we can't guarantee that we can keep it alive, it's fine as long as we can collect enough blood. That purple-eyed woman shouted. Her fine jade-like skin flowed with immortal splendor. She removed a shiny bracelet that was actually made from everlasting silver essence, smashing it over. Clang! Yi Fan blocked it with the black arrow, stabbing it, releasing a string of sparks, erupting with a type of heaven overflowing might. This bracelet flourished with silver light, it was actually holy might. He sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of people were they? It was one thing for this large flying artifact to be a sacred artifact, but even the bracelet that the woman was wearing was a sacred artifact. Luster flowed on the metallic walls, flickering with a hazy radiance. It neutralized the overflowing fluctuations of the holy war, and did not destroy this region. Whoosh! The silver bracelet flew back, releasing strand after strand of silver radiance. It descended like moonlight, covering the elf-like purple-eyed woman below. Chi! With a shake of his hand, Yi Fan threw out the black arrow, aiming straight for that woman. It turned into a streak of black light, and the holy level fluctuations made the entire space unstable, on the verge of collapse. At the same time, he also turned into a streak of golden lightning, rushing over to capture them alive. Clang! Another metallic sound rang through the air. The silver-white shining bracelet collided with the black arrow. Both of them flipped over, sending down streaks of great Tao divine splendor, enveloping their respective owners. Diamond Chakram. Yi Fan was shaken. This woman's sacred artifact was very special, extremely similar to his father's diamond chakram. Even though it wasn't the quasi-emperor's artifact, it still surpassed the weapons of ordinary ancient saints, enough to contend against his black arrow. Was there an elder riding a green ox who went to your ancient star? Yi Fan shouted, staring straight into her eyes. Boom! On the other side, a thick beam of light blasted over. The silver-white battle clothes on the purple-haired man flickered, resonating with the entire ship. A beam of holy light shot over from another region, comparable to a saint's attack. This was the divine light contained within the flying saucer, and its offensive power was extremely powerful. It was equivalent to a resurrected divine artifact. If it was anyone else standing here, they would definitely not have a corpse left. Seeing this, Yi Fan didn't use the black arrow this time. He directly swung the green copper cauldron, smashing it into the beam of light, causing it to collapse on the spot. Quickly retreat, this native is beyond imagination. He has a broken artifact of an ancient god on him, surpassing the level of this saint-level ship, an elder shouted. The purple-eyed woman protected herself with the diamond chakram, and with a flash of brilliance, she disappeared from where she stood. However, the purple-haired man wasn't so lucky. As soon as he moved, he was forced back by Yi Fan's black arrow. Isolate him, someone cried out. The laws of the void interweaved, and all kinds of holy light danced. Tao marks arranged themselves in the void, forming a special divine law. Boom! Yi Fan activated the green copper cauldron, using it as a heavenly deity's hammer. One force could defeat 10, and it heavily struck the profound and complex divine law traces. This place collapsed, and the isolation failed. He leapt 100 meters and appeared beside the purple-haired man. He fought in close combat with the black holy arrow protecting his body. It hung above his head, and black light poured down. He reached out with his golden palm and grabbed forward. Bang! The purple-haired man's entire body flickered with Tao marks, and he became the embodiment of divine laws. He exchanged a palm strike with Yi Fan, and as a result, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Yi Fan was astonished. He had attacked with all his strength, yet this man only had his arm broken and blood spurted out of his mouth. He didn't turn into a pile of broken bones, and one could imagine how extraordinary his physique was. What? Even the king physique that refined many kinds of powerful physiques had his arm broken and couldn't withstand a single blow? The expressions of the people behind him changed greatly. They were even more astonished than Yi Fan. Their system was very special, and also very terrifying. The purple-haired man's physical body had long been tempered to a shocking degree through secret methods, and he was known as the immortal king body. However, he was sent flying like a scarecrow. This is a legendary indestructible golden body. I didn't expect to see it here. This prey is priceless. We must capture him alive and don't let him escape. The purple-eyed woman appeared in another area and ordered through the giant screen. You'd better pray for yourself. The corner of Yi Fan's mouth curled into a sneer. He broke the brilliant screen with one finger, causing the signal to be cut off. He left behind an afterimage as he closed in on the purple-haired man. His palm came crashing down, and with a gotcha sound, it landed on the purple-haired man's body. Dozens of bones were broken, and a mouthful of purple blood flew out. It was different from the scarlet blood from before. Even though a group of people were controlling all types of Tao marks, they still couldn't stop it. All types of symbols shone, releasing brilliant light, but they were a step too slow. Yi Fan lifted the purple-haired man up. His golden finger tapped the center of the purple-haired man's brows. As long as he poked forward lightly, he would be able to break his immortal foundation. However, the ground beneath his feet dimmed as all types of light vanished. He discovered that he had appeared in a stretch of nothingness. It was like he had arrived in the dark cosmos, boundless and without end. This was the black prison of the flying shuttle. The spatial laws these people had reached the acme of perfection. There were formation runes everywhere on the ground, teleporting him and the purple-haired man here, isolating them from each other. Yi Fan mentioned this man whose identity wasn't simple. What do you treat me as? A wild beast? Wanting to refine my blood? Who do you think you are? You should be my battle pet instead. The purple-haired man was very handsome, and his physique was extremely powerful after being tempered hundreds and thousands of times. But in front of Yi Fan, even his immortal king body wasn't enough. With a light tap, one of his bones would break, and the pain caused him to break out in a layer of sweat. I have no choice but to admit that I've underestimated you. To think that there's actually such a mutant among these aboriginals, possessing the magical treasure of an ancient god. This has exceeded my expectations. The purple-haired man spoke. Gotcha. Yi Fan slapped down and broke a section of his calf bone. You guys think that you're a cut above others and think that we're lowly aboriginals. It's a pity that you're only so-so. There's nothing special about you. A look of disdain flashed through the purple-haired man's eyes. It was a kind of arrogance and conceit. However, he concealed it very well, afraid that Yi Fan would make him suffer. Unfortunately, Yi Fan had cultivated the source heaven's eye. This kind of expression that flashed through his eyes couldn't escape his eyes. He directly smashed down with his golden fist and broke the man's thigh bone. I should find an iron chain and tie it around your neck so that you won't always think that you're infallible. Isn't it just a fusion of technological civilization and laws? What's there to be proud of in such a system? The purple-haired man was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. His bones were almost broken. He was very indignant. Compared to close combat physical techniques, they cultivated god laws. Although they could use other methods to continuously transform their physiques, they didn't rely on themselves to achieve it. At this moment, he was very indignant. If you lowly aboriginals enter our eternal kingdom, you'll only be captured. You're not a match for us at all, he said coldly while enduring the pain. Swoosh. Yi Fan took out an iron chain and tied it around his neck. He really locked him up and treated him like a battle pet. You. The purple-haired man was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of purple blood. He was usually high and mighty and thought that he could look down on all races. In the end, he was treated like this by this aborigine. You what? I'll reward you with a pot sticker. You want to capture me and make me your battle pet? Do you want to be a god or a deity? Yi Fan slapped him, causing blood to seep out from the corner of his mouth. This is a legendary indestructible golden body. It might be able to nurture the strongest battle physique. We have to obtain his blood no matter what. As for my brother, be careful and rescue him. The elf-like beautiful purple-eyed lady said from another metal palace hall. She was watching everything in the black prison through the screen. Beep, beep, not far away, the sound of an instrument scanning could be heard. It transmitted back some data of the green copper cauldron. After hundreds of trillions of calculations, it was still difficult to determine its grade. The warning red line continued to rise. Bang! A cloud of green smoke was emitted. All the equipment here collapsed and exploded. The place was a mess. A silver-haired young man reported to the purple-eyed lady, the green copper cauldron is difficult to simulate. Just the patterns on its surface are so complex that it's hard to understand. Now, we can be sure that it's really an artifact of an ancient god. If it's intact, it might be one of the strongest weapons under the starry sky. This aborigine has a damaged divine artifact. It's beyond the control of our Saint-class spaceship. It's best to give up, or else we might get into trouble. Another middle-aged man with golden hair draped over his shoulders suggested. The purple-eyed lady frowned and said, but, do you know his value? He's comparable to our eternal kingdom's several strongest war bodies. We can use his precious blood to create the most powerful warrior that can compete with the others. One day, after he grows up, he might be comparable to the ancient god's blood sealed in the immortal treasury. We must capture him. I hope he can become my war pet. But, the difficulty is too great. It's most likely impossible. Even though that divine artifact is damaged, it's still not something a Saint-class weapon can contend against. The golden-haired middle-aged man frowned and solemnly suggested for her to give up. Even though the others were very excited to see the legendary indestructible golden body, they had no choice but to face it rationally. After sighing, they advised the purple-eyed lady that the feasibility was very low. All right, think of all ways to injure this aborigine. If we can't capture him alive, then we must obtain his golden sacred blood. The purple-eyed lady made her final decision and gave this order. Rumble. A loud sound rang out, and the entire spaceship shook. Black prison exploded, and Yifan rushed up with the green copper cauldron in one hand and the purple-haired man in the other. He unleashed a massacre and charged straight for the main control room. Not good. Why are all the instruments malfunctioning? These are all secret artifacts with laws carved on them. It's difficult for outsiders to move them. How could it be like this? He grasps a special type of divine law that can interfere. These foreign guests were in a state of chaos. Army's secret formula, turn. Yifan lightly shouted and strode forward. He used the Army's secret formula to control the various artifacts inside the spaceship, causing them to become chaotic. Boom! He held the green copper cauldron with irresistible force as he charged straight for the main control room. All of the metal walls were made of divine materials and carved with great Tao divine patterns, but they couldn't stop his footsteps. Eternal killing formation, intercept. An old man shouted. His hands moved, and all kinds of symbols appeared on the metal walls and ground, forming an exceptional killing formation. Swoosh. Yifan drew his bow and released an arrow. A black arrow shot out, rumbling with saintly might. With a dong sound, it hit the metal wall that was several zhang thick. The metal luster was shattered on the spot, and the great Tao symbols all collapsed. Pfft! At the same time, this powerful old man was pierced by the arrow. Blood gushed out, and then he turned into a bloody pulp in a breath's time. The holy power scattered him in the void. Stop him. The silver-haired young man was a commander, and he shouted loudly. However, dozens of people rushed over and activated the various Tao marks inside the saint-level spaceship to attack, but it was completely ineffective. Yifan directly placed the broken cauldron on his head, and the two black arrows in his hands were also emitting saintly might. Clang! The black arrows flew out, and the metal in front of them shattered. Even the divine materials made of Daluo silver essence, black gold, and suet jade iron couldn't stop the two arrows. Hurry, use the divine light to sweep him out, chase him out of the holy ship, and temporarily give up on the golden holy blood. The purple-eyed girl shouted. The golden-haired middle-aged man who was standing not far away personally controlled it. This holy ship released resplendent radiance, and a streak of divine light swept towards Yifan. It was precisely the kind of light that restrained him on the ship, and it was difficult to evade. However, this time, he didn't move in the slightest. They couldn't send him away, because there was a green copper cauldron on his head, rendering the divine light ineffective. Shwa! Yifan quickly closed in. He was unrivaled in close combat. With a walla sound, a divine chain was shaken out, and it wrapped around this purple-eyed young lady's snow-white and exquisite neck, wrapping around her. You! The purple-eyed young lady's hair fluttered about. She was so angry that her immortal body was trembling. The diamond chakram on her wrist flew out, and silver splendor erupted, releasing supreme saintly might. However, it was sent flying by the black arrow with a ding sound. You seem to like raising war pets quite a bit. What do you think about me raising you? The corners of Yifan's lips curled up slightly. Chapter 11:11. You, impudent. The purple-eyed girl's eyebrows stood vertically and her almond-shaped eyes widened. A flush of redness appeared on her fine jade-like skin. This was completely out of anger. A native had locked her up and treated her like a war pet. Ding-dang. The divine chain was like a string of red agate as it wrapped around her swan-like neck. Yifan forcefully pulled and brought her over, turning her into a captive. The unbridled one is yet to come. The purple-eyed girl staggered and almost fell onto the ground. This was an unimaginable embarrassment. She had been caught by her prey and treated like this. It made her both ashamed and angry. Hong! The diamond chakram that was shot away by the black arrow turned around and turned into the size of a millstone. It was sparkling white, and a light tremble was enough to annihilate the void. This was a divine artifact not only in name but also in reality. Ding! Yi Fan slashed out with the black arrow. Black light filled the sky and sent the diamond chakram flying. However, its terrifying might became even more powerful. The inside of the ring turned into a black hole that devoured everything. It wanted to suck Yi Fan inside. The various instruments in the ship turned into dust and were sucked inside. Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was truly the same divine might as his father's diamond chakram. Could it be that this quasi-emperor from ancient China had appeared in the everlasting kingdom? He wanted to shoot the black arrow inside, but he was afraid that it would be devoured by the black hole. A clash between divine artifacts could easily destroy a region. It was too bitter. Hung Long. He threw the green copper cauldron towards the black hole. He didn't believe that it could swallow this immortal cauldron. The diamond chakram would most likely shatter. As expected, the diamond chakram knew how powerful it was and immediately dodged. Zheng zheng, a sweet-sounding metallic sound rang out. The diamond chakram suddenly broke apart and turned into an expanse of dazzling light. It entered the body of the purple-eyed girl captured by Yi Fan. Specks of light flickered on the surface of her body. The diamond chakram actually reformed after breaking apart and turned into a mysterious armor. It wrapped around her and turned her into a silver-white metal person. The diamond chakram looked small, but the size of its reconstruction was disproportionate to its original size. This was a humanoid metal person that was many times thicker than normal battle armor. Boom! The purple-eyed woman's strength had also grown many times stronger. She broke free from Yi Fan's hold and swung her silver-colored fist forward. The power behind her attack was comparable to that of a sacred artifact. What is this? A saint artifact could transform into a saint garment? Yi Fan was surprised and revealed a strange expression. The cultivators of this system were really hard to understand. He used the black arrow to block the light emitted by the holy garment and counterattacked. Now that his physical body was comparable to that of a saint, even if the other party wore the holy garment, he was not afraid. His golden fists hit the silvery white metal man and made a clanging sound. The people in the distance all shivered inwardly. Was this still a physical body? It was comparable to a saint-level metal soldier, its sturdiness reaching a horrifying level. Boom! The purple-eyed woman wore metal holy clothes, temporarily protecting herself. She began to operate Great Tao divine marks, releasing all types of holy light to kill Yi Fan. This was the power of a holy artifact. Yi Fan had just captured her, but he didn't expect her to immediately turn the tables. He felt a terrifying aura, and he didn't do anything else. He smashed the green copper cauldron towards her body, instantly destroying her. Bang! It was too close, and there was no way to avoid it. The green cauldron fell, and cracks appeared on the silver-white holy garment. Then, it disintegrated, shaking the purple-eyed woman out. Silver light flashed, and with a light ding sound, it turned back into a flawless diamond chakram. With a flash of brilliant brilliance, it entered the purple-eyed woman's body and disappeared. Not far away, a terrifying aura overflowed into the heavens. A colossus rushed over, wanting to save the purple-eyed woman. This was a 10 tall metal giant. It held a large sword and hacked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was surprised. Within this metal giant sat a silver-haired youth. He was the one controlling this metal giant that emitted a strand of holy might. Dang! The giant sword hacked over, and Yi Fan blocked it with his fist. A string of sparks was released, and the Tenjiang giant was shaken back. Then, he pressed forward and waved his fists, bending and breaking the giant sword. This is a half-saint battle armor forged from the combination of refining and technology. How can it not even block for a moment? As expected of the legendary indestructible golden body. The strength of the physical body is too terrifying. The golden body is stronger than any divine clothes or mecha. It is the most powerful weapon in itself. In the distance, the golden-haired middle-aged man was shocked. Bang! As Yi Fan waved his fists, the Tenjiang tall metal man was beaten full of holes. It was completely damaged, and then disintegrated into pieces. Even the semi-sage-grade metal armor couldn't stop his physical body. Yi Fan easily crushed it into a pile of metal pieces. It was a complete mess. Boom! The golden-haired middle-aged man appeared in the spacecraft's strongest battle armor. This was the crystallization of the wisdom of Tao tools and technology. The metal man was equivalent to the god contained in the spacecraft's sacred tool. It was 6 zhang tall, not very tall. Its whole body was golden and brilliant, taking the meaning of the 6 zhang golden body. However, it was not a merciful Buddha. It held a golden spear in its right hand and a golden shield in its left. Its holy power swept out in all directions. This is the supreme holy armor developed by the Eternal Kingdom. Let's see how you can break it. The golden-haired middle-aged man controlled the 6 zhang golden body and pierced through the void with the golden spear. The golden shield in his hand was not used for defense, but for attack. He firmly believed that no matter how strong Yi Fan's physical body was, and he had the broken artifact of an ancient god, Yi Fan was no match for him. Through observation, he could see that this broken artifact left by an ancient god didn't emit any divine rule. This was equivalent to announcing that it was just a solid cold weapon, not the most terrifying celestial treasure. I wear the supreme holy armor and can emit holy power. I have the divine marks of the great path. Let's see how you can resist. The golden spear pierced through heaven and earth, and the golden shield collapsed in all directions. Although the 6 zhang golden body was much larger than an ordinary person, its movements were fast and nimble. It was so fast that it was dazzling. Yi Fan took out the Holy Spirit stone embryo, which was equivalent to wearing a holy robe. He wasn't afraid of the holy armor, but the divine rule it had evolved. Therefore, he entered the Holy Spirit stone embryo with his real body. The golden-haired middle-aged man's expression changed. He didn't expect his opponent to also have a holy armor. It was too dangerous inside the spacecraft, and he couldn't use his hands and feet. Boom! What made him feel even more terrified was that Yi Fan smashed him with the green copper cauldron. This was much more terrifying than his golden spear and golden shield. Fighting inside the spaceship was equivalent to fighting in close combat. There was no doubt about the outcome. The Zhang 6 golden body was almost smashed apart by Yi Fan. The golden-haired middle-aged man controlled the god's will within the saint artifact of the spaceship to flee in a sorry state. The others were either dead, injured, or escaped. They could no longer resist. Let me go. The purple-eyed woman struggled violently. Her entire body was shining, and her slender jade body seemed to be enveloped by moonlight. She was pure white and gentle, and divine rules shot out in all directions. Their world mainly cultivated the rules, and they had a unique understanding of the great path. Their attack power was extremely powerful, and after combining with technology, it became an unfathomable system. Clang! However, in the Severing Tao realm, Yi Fan was almost invincible. No one could do anything to him, especially in close combat. Anyone would have to bear a grudge. As soon as the purple-eyed woman moved, he only pulled on a divine chain. She immediately let out a tender groan, and her body immediately went limp. She fell down, and all kinds of divine rules were restrained. Pa! Yi Fan pulled her out upside down and threw her beside the purple-haired man. The two leaders had become captives. The spaceship's control room was spacious and empty. Apart from these two, the others had either escaped or been eliminated. Yi Fan stared at them, preparing to search their divine senses. At the end of the void, inside the Zhang 6 golden body, the golden-haired middle-aged man and a few others turned pale. The imperishable golden body was so powerful, and they originally thought it was a blessing, but in the end, they encountered such a disaster. Several decades ago, they encountered a terrifying creature in outer space, and the great battle caused the star domain to collapse. The Zhang 6 golden body inside the Saint-grade spaceship was seriously injured, and it fell on this ancient planet. They had repaired the spaceship with great difficulty, but now, they unexpectedly encountered another disaster. This native is just like that Gu Xian in the past. Fortunately, the disaster happened one step earlier, or else there would definitely be a calamity in the future, someone said with a trembling voice. The others all turned pale. Many people's expressions changed when the name Gu Xinao was mentioned in Eternal Kingdom. This native that was captured and brought back also had one of the most powerful physiques in the universe. He used their resources to advance by leaps and bounds, and in the end, he defied the heavens and slaughtered his way out, triggering a great upheaval in Eternal Kingdom. Fortunately, the god inside the Saint-grade spaceship wasn't damaged too badly this time, unlike the previous time. Now, even if we lose the huge spaceship, we won't be in despair, someone sighed. This Zhang's 6 golden body was the most precious thing on the spaceship. As long as it was there, everything would be fine. As long as they found suitable materials, they could build another Saint-grade spaceship, and the core Tao marks were all stored inside the golden body. Although it was only Zhang's 6 golden body, it had the most terrifying spatial laws, and it could contain a mountain in a mustard seed. Even though so many people had escaped, it was still very spacious inside. But the 2 princes have been captured by them, and this is big trouble. How can we rescue them? A blue-haired man frowned. They knew how powerful King Tianwu was in Eternal Kingdom, and if anything happened to his son and daughter, they could forget about returning in this lifetime, or else they would be executed. It's fine, the 2 princes don't have the signs of dying young. As long as their primordial spirits are fine, they can replicate a physical body at any time, the golden-haired middle-aged man said. Suddenly, his expression changed as if he had thought of something. Oh no, the most precious thing on the spaceship has been left behind, and we didn't bring it out. He grabbed his hair forcefully and growled in a low voice, appearing to be in extreme pain. Then, he fell limp, as if his soul had been sucked out. The others were also in a daze, and then they cried out together. All of them were filled with sorrow and regret. They beat their chests and stamped their feet, as if they were mourning the death of their parents. We've gone through untold hardships, drifting in the dark and lonely universe for so many years, and finally gathered all kinds of minerals and mysterious ancient medicine, and finally refined the strongest bloodline evolution fluid. But in the end, we lost it. Ah, the group of people cried out anxiously and angrily. If the 2 princes died, they could just not return to Eternal Kingdom, but if they lost the strongest bloodline evolution fluid, they might never be able to refine it again in this lifetime. They had drifted in the dark universe for so many years, what exactly were they after? They blew up one barren planet after another in search of the legendary minerals. It should be known that those precious minerals were so rare that it was unacceptable. The vast universe was endless, but it was difficult to find ancient stars that contained these minerals. Occasionally, they would find them, but they could only excavate a little. In Eternal Kingdom, there was a saying that they would rather search for materials that could be used to forge God's artifacts than search for these minerals. That was because they were too rare. Moreover, they didn't just need one type of mineral, but several types. It was difficult to find anything even after searching for countless years in the lonely universe. It was already good to be lucky enough to find one type. It could be said that they had obtained the fortune of heaven and earth during this journey. Over the years, they had unexpectedly excavated several types of minerals, and they had gathered almost all of them. During this period of time, they encountered all kinds of dangers. Because when they blew up some barren planet, they would sometimes encounter unpredictable things with destructive power. They went through untold hardships and narrowly escaped death. During their last excavation, they even found traces of the immortal elixir residue left behind by the ancient gods on an ancient planet. There, they carried out an extremely cruel battle with that group of terrifying natives. That was a terrifying race that worshipped the ancient gods and possessed a type of extreme Tao weapon. These natives carried out primitive worship and could summon the power of the gods. Together with their own cultivation and skills, they almost encountered a great disaster. If they hadn't used special methods at the last moment to steal it, they wouldn't have been able to do anything. Despite this, they still lost close to 70% of their troops on that ancient planet and destroyed another saint-level ancient ship. But the harvest was great. They finally stole the immortal elixir residue of the ancient gods, and as a result, all of their needs were perfectly resolved. After falling on this ancient planet, they refined it like a day for dozens of years. They had just succeeded when they encountered this great change. The golden-haired middle-aged man suddenly raised his head, his eyes completely red as he said, "Go, take advantage of the fact that he still doesn't know to hurry back to the central laboratory and seize it. I think he still hasn't realized what the so-called most powerful bloodline evolution fluid is." The Zhang 6 golden body quickly returned. It controlled the spatial laws and immediately entered the enormous ship. It shot out a beam of divine light that could detain all objects and wanted to move the entire laboratory away. However, what awaited them was a black arrow with vast and mighty holy might. A large hole was shot through the Zhang 6 golden body, and they were forced to retreat in grief and indignation. What kind of liquid is this? Yi Fan held the purple-haired man in one hand and pushed the elf-like beautiful purple-eyed girl with the other into the main laboratory. There was a pool made of rock in front. It was flickering with the radiance of technology and all kinds of mysterious instruments in the central laboratory. Seeing such a natural rock pool made him feel astonished. Why does it seem like I'm about to cross a tribulation? Suddenly, Yi Fan was startled. The water vapor in the pool rose and surged towards him. It made him feel like he was actually about to break through. Why do I have to cross the tribulation at this time? Let me think, which bastard ancient saints have been trying to kill me recently, and which great ancient clans have put a bounty on my head? I might as well go and cross the tribulation at their doorstep. Yi Fan felt that there was a need to contact Wei Yi, killing Saint Chi Luo, and the others to have them protect him in secret. There was also a need to contact the large black dog and have him go and find some bastard ancient saints. Chapter 11-12. Pop. From time to time, bubbles would burst in the rock pool, emitting a soft sound and turning into a dense multicolored light. It was like a warm spring breeze, making people feel comfortable all over. What's this? Yi Fan asked the purple-eyed woman. He stared at the pool in front of him in amazement. This kind of dense spiritual energy wrapped around him, and it was precisely because of its existence that he might have to cross a tribulation. The purple-eyed woman glanced at the pool with some disdain and ridicule, saying, "It's just a pool of life transformation water. It can be used to quench metal and make it more spiritual. You natives naturally haven't seen it before." After saying this, she didn't look at it again. Instead, she wrinkled her nose and looked at the damaged inner wall of the spaceship with a distressed look, as if she cherished this spaceship very much. So it turns out to be a pool for quenching metal materials. I thought it was some kind of immortal pill spirit pool, Yi Fan said casually and walked around the pool twice. He pretended to throw a piece of metal and to wash it and asked the purple-eyed woman how to quench it and what kind of effect it would have. However, he was ignored and was only given the back of his head. When the purple-haired man saw that he was really going to waste a part of the pool water, he felt extremely distressed. The corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. He wanted to say something, but he forcefully held it back and turned his head to the other side without leaving a trace. It seemed that out of sight, out of mind. The corners of Yi Fan's lips curled up. You all think that I have the legendary indestructible golden body and that relying on my flesh and blood is better than relying on those scrap metals. Then I might as well use this liquid to refine myself. After saying this, he took off his battle clothes and was about to enter the pool, looking as if he was going to do something reckless. The purple-eyed woman and the young man whose bones were broken by Yi Fan suddenly changed their expressions and could no longer remain calm. They knew that the other party must have already found out, so they desperately rushed into the pool. Yi Fan laughed loudly. With a light shake of the sparkling and translucent divine chains, the two of them were locked down, unable to budge an inch. They were fixed to the side. This was the most important place on the flying shuttle. It was sealed with metal walls and engraved with mysterious divine runes to protect it. In this central laboratory, there was a pool made out of rock, and it seemed out of place compared to the various mysterious instruments on display. It was impossible for it to be ordinary. The rocks were silvery gray in color, and they contained mysterious minerals within. They released a very gentle light, and when they got closer, there was a refreshing aura that made one feel as if they had been reborn. Dense multicolored light flowed about within the pool, but there was no smell. However, this five-colored divine liquid was far too mysterious and unfathomable. As soon as Yi Fan placed his hand into it, the golden holy blood in his body surged, and lightning and thunder crackled on the surface of his body. What is this? He quickly retracted his hand as if he was shocked by electricity. It wasn't that he didn't expect this to be a precious liquid, but that it was even greater than what he had imagined. The purple-eyed woman's face was snow white, her expression agitated. She did her best to stop Yi Fan, but as a captive, it was impossible for her to succeed. She was extremely unwilling. It seems like this really is a pool of immortal pill spiritual liquid, for you all to care so much. Yi Fan chuckled. The veins on the purple-haired male's forehead bulged. They had drifted through the dark and ice-cold cosmos for so many years, experiencing 1,000 tribulations and hundreds of tribulations. They blasted apart many withered stars, and only after obtaining heaven-defying opportunities did they find all types of minerals. He didn't know if he would be able to refine this type of immortal liquid in the latter half of his life. You can't waste it like this. This is the most powerful bloodline evolution divine liquid, and it has only been refined initially. It is far from its optimal state. A small portion of the minerals within the rocks have just been extracted, and they haven't been completely purified yet. The purple-eyed woman knew that she couldn't hide it at all, nor could she stop him. Instead of doing this, she might as well explain everything. A smile hung on Yi Fan's face. He reached his hand into the pool a second time. The precious medicine was right before his eyes, so he naturally wouldn't miss out on anything. When his finger entered the pool, multicolored mist surged, releasing streak after streak of dazzling immortal light that covered his entire arm. His bones released chong-chong sounds, and his flesh was also trembling. It was as if he was being reborn. Moreover, his divine senses were shaken. He actually sensed the world's origin fragments. They turned into streaks of imprints that mixed within the divine liquid, rising and falling within the auspicious light. This left him shocked. No wonder the purple-eyed woman said that this was the most powerful bloodline evolution divine liquid. This was a mysterious medicine that could strengthen both the physical body and primordial spirit at the same time. It possessed a certain characteristic of an undying divine medicine. Even though it couldn't extend one's lifespan, it could forcefully and domineeringly activate one's potential, allowing one's bloodline power to approach the most powerful, achieving a super evolution. It truly is a mysterious mineral. This type of substance is too precious. No wonder you all only collected this little bit after blasting apart so many withered stars and drifting through the cosmos for so many years, said Yi Fan. The purple-haired man was about to cry when he heard these words. This was already heaven-defying. How many people from Eternal Kingdom went to the depths of the cosmos to collect it? Even when they grew old and died, they still didn't have any harvest. You only need to wait patiently for a few decades. When the most precious minerals within the silver-gray rocks have been completely refined, this divine liquid will be comparable to an immortal pill, said the purple-eyed woman. According to what the two of them said, this was only the most powerful bloodline evolution liquid. It was truly a pity to use it like this. The gains didn't make up for the losses, and it could even be said to be a shameful waste. Is that so? Let me research it myself. Yi Fan didn't expect that the harvest this time would be so great. It was as if he had opened up an immortal treasury and obtained such a divine object. It was too important. In the northern region, undercurrents were surging. It hadn't been peaceful for so many days. The 10 great royal races offered a reward. As long as one could provide clues about Yi Fan, they would be rewarded with a divine weapon. It could be said to be a shocking reward. Of course, this wasn't public. It was only circulated within the ancient races and couldn't be made public. At this point, they were increasingly afraid of the human race and were also afraid of provoking some trouble. Whoever can kill the human race's holy body will be protected by the Saint King. No matter how great the crime, he can be pardoned 9 times. It was said that the ancient races had an exceptional Tao book that would be bestowed as the ultimate reward. The name of the book wasn't mentioned in detail, but it was definitely an ancient scripture that shocked the ancients and the contemporaries. Moreover, there was another secret rumor. If anyone really killed the human race's holy body, a mysterious great sage would come out of seclusion and accept him as a disciple. There were all kinds of rumors in the ancient races. Many people were moved, but at the same time, they were shocked. The human race's holy body actually attracted the attention of an ancient saint, and he was determined to take his life. It was clear how terrifying his growth potential was, and it made everyone feel uneasy. It's a bit difficult for the human race's holy body to cross this hurdle. Even an ancient saint has taken action. Who can save him? Once he shows himself, he will undoubtedly die. If not for the restraining fear, there might be an unparalleled great sage who will personally come out to deal with the human race's holy body. Some well-informed people in the ancient races were discussing and mentioning the name Gai Joyo. This made even the ancient race's great sage feel a deep sense of restraining fear. What kind of person is this? An unfathomable old fellow. Rumor has it that he is already 9,000 years old. He has gone to other ancient stars and walked extremely far on the path of verification. If not for the fact that his body couldn't withstand the passage of time and his realm fell, he would be even more terrifying. In the heavenly village, the sacred prince appeared and sent a message. He wanted to tell Yifan not to appear in the near future because the situation was too tense. There were many kings who wanted to eliminate him in secret. Even if the victorious fighting Buddha stood on Mount Meru and looked down on the world, he still couldn't intimidate all of the ancient races. Some people were going to take the risk out of desperation. Moreover, it was difficult for an ancient saint to leave behind any traces. Assassinating a Tao executioner would be very clean, and it would be difficult to find any clues. During these days, even the monkey had become much more low-key. It was because it was reported that there were also people who wanted to harm him. The undying Heavenly Emperor's bloodline and the Kuan universe's great sage clan would always leave behind a few experts who had escaped the great calamity last time. This was something unavoidable. The Black Emperor spoke frankly. Right now, they didn't know where Yifan was and couldn't find him at all. There was no way to effectively pass on information. It's fine for others, but you must pay attention to the Blood Moon clan. They are one of the most radical and cruel 10 great king clans. During the Archaic era, they fed on the human race and had once ruled over a large area. During that period, half of the ancient saints born from the human race were torn apart by them. The Blood Moon clan was the name of a cruel race. It was also infamous among the ancient races. No one was willing to provoke them because offending them could easily lead to the extinction of the entire clan. The Huatan that Yifan had slaughtered was a saint from one of the branches of the clan. The main clan was very powerful. Even though it was no longer as prosperous as it was in the Archaic era, it was still no small matter. It was the famous Blood Moon King bloodline. This time, it was this clan who initiated the assassination of Yifan. Moreover, the divine artifact was also provided by them. The Blood Moon Ancient King was powerful and was ranked among the Saint Kings. Moreover, his grandson had recently become a saint. He was only a few hundred years old and was an exceptional genius. He was of the same generation as Huatan and had a close relationship with him. The human race is the food we raise in captivity. This was what some of the vicious ancient saints from this clan had said before. Yifan didn't know about this. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else. He took off his battle clothes and revealed his slender and beautiful body. He flickered with precious splendor as he stepped into the silvery gray rock pool. The purple-haired man roared. His eyes were red as if someone had gouged out the tip of his heart. He was in extreme pain. All these years of hard work had been snatched away just like that. The most powerful bloodline evolution liquid seized the fortune of heaven and earth. It had consumed their endless blood, sweat, and tears. They had just succeeded when it changed hands and was now being enjoyed by the enemy. Ah! He couldn't accept this fact. If he could pounce over, he would skin Yifan alive and swallow him in one gulp. Stop yelling. You were the ones who provoked me first. If you want to capture me as a battle pet, then you should be prepared to be countered. From today onwards, this spaceship, you, and this pool of evolutionary fluid are all mine. Yifan declared to them, confirming that everything was his private property. Beside him, the purple-eyed girl also stared at him without blinking. Naturally, she wasn't moved by his strong and slender body. Her face was pale and full of unwillingness and anger. So comfortable. Yi Fan was soaking in the liquid. The multicolored divine liquid overflowed with radiance and gushed out, burying him in a haze. He felt that every cell in his body was splitting and recombining. It was as if he was about to ascend. He was covered in dense immortal light and all kinds of divine radiance were flickering between his pores. This was the most powerful bloodline evolution liquid. It could even strengthen one's divine sense and increase one's constitution and combat power in all aspects. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a name. At this time, even his bones were disintegrating and then recombining. They flickered with a sparkling luster and made sonorous sounds. Yi Fan was so comfortable that he almost groaned. He felt as if he was floating in the air. His flesh and blood were being purified. He himself was a saint, so there was a limit to the evolution of the so-called most powerful bloodline. However, it was changing slowly. After the comfort, he suddenly felt a burst of pain. Every inch of his body was overflowing with divine splendor as if a sharp knife was running around inside his body. The mysterious mineral's medicinal properties were too tyrannical. In order to realize the bloodline evolution, all kinds of supplementary medicines and secret recipes were needed. The people on this ship hadn't refined them yet. Fortunately, Yi Fan had the swordsman formula. He was able to repair his broken blood vessels and bones immediately. He didn't fear the tyrannical medicinal properties and persisted. The purple-eyed girl and her brother had been waiting and cursing all along. However, after seeing Yi Fan hold on and his body bleed profusely from the impact, they couldn't help but sigh. The indestructible golden body was too powerful. During this period, the group of people that escaped used the Zhang's 6 golden body to harass them several times. In the end, they only managed to seize the captives of various races and some equipment. They couldn't approach the main laboratory at all. In the end, Yi Fan released a long breath of comfort. He suppressed himself to avoid the descent of heavenly tribulation. Then, he opened the realm gate and brought the enormous flying saucer back to the heavenly village. Chapter 11:13. Woo, it's so comfortable. I'm going to be steamed. Yi Fan's entire body was shining with radiance. Inside the pool made of silver-gray rocks, the liquid of evolution was bubbling. His voice was so soft that it made people's imaginations run wild. This pool water contained a mysterious mineral with astonishing divine power. It allowed his fetal bones to undergo a combing process. His golden blood surged like thunder, and multicolored lights spilled out from within the pool. The purple-eyed woman was as beautiful as a fairy, but at this moment, she was clenching her delicate fists in anger. As for the purple-haired man, he looked as if he had lost his parents and was grief-stricken. Yi Fan had absorbed half of the evolutionary liquid's medicinal effects. In the village of heaven, a group of people were startled. A cyan gold disc flew in. This kind of enormous object was truly eye-catching. Yi Fan stood up and walked out from the pool. If he delayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. He was about to face the heavenly tribulation, so he appeared in the village with the 2 captives. God, Lord Zheng. Hua Hua, the child who followed them from Earth, rubbed her temples and muttered to herself in shock. Master robbed a UFO and kidnapped an alien. He did something big. After being influenced by people like the Black Emperor and Longma for a long time, this little fellow who was wholeheartedly devoted to Buddhism was also a little like a bandit. In such a foul environment, he naturally carried some special words when he spoke. What kind of magic artifact is this? Why is it so big? Speaking of which, the materials used are quite good. We can use them to forge great arrays. The Black Emperor said as he tapped the flying saucer with his large claws and spoke in a very appreciative tone. Don't try anything funny. This is a saint-grade spaceship. I've already named it Flying Immortal 12580. It will be of great use in the future. Yi Fan said. The sacred prince went up and told him that the situation was grim. There was an ancient sage who wanted to eliminate him in secret, and that he might be in for a great disaster. He couldn't go out for the time being. I was just about to look for the Black Emperor and have him help me find a bastard ancient sage. I never thought that there would really be so many blind people. I'm going to transcend tribulation and block their doorstep. Yi Fan said. He had asked the Black Emperor to carve the most complicated and profound chessboard formation, and he had requested that it could only be used during the most terrifying heavenly tribulation. No one would be able to track it down, and this had truly created a difficult problem for the large black dog. The Blood Moon Ridge was a mysterious mountain range. Every night, mist would rise, and the bright moon hanging in the sky would reflect the color of blood. No one dared to approach it. This was the ancestral land of a race that was notorious for its ferocity. In the ancient times, it could scare a 3-year-old child to the point of stopping crying. There was an oppressive fluctuation that made one's heart palpitate all day long. The Blood Moon clan didn't have an ancient emperor, but they were still famous. This clan was too cruel and had exterminated countless smaller clans. It was said that the entire mountain ridge was blood red because it had been watered with blood since ancient times. Although it was already noon, this place was still filled with yin qi, shrouded in a gloomy and bone-piercing chill that even the noon sun could not dispel. In the depths of the mountain range, there was a building that was ancient and grand. It was built beside a pool of blood in the grandest palace. It was richly ornamented and dazzling. The Blood Moon King sat on the throne at the top of the palace. His body was withered, and his hair was sparse like yellow weeds. However, his ability had reached the Saint King tier long ago, and he was famous among the ancient saints. People say that our Blood Moon clan is bloodthirsty and cruel by nature, but they don't know that we are using this to cultivate and absorb the essence contained in the blood of thousands of spirits to strengthen ourselves, the Blood Moon King said in a hoarse voice. The Blood Moon King said in a hoarse voice that reverberated in the spacious hall. It was as if a ferocious ghost had escaped from hell, cold and emotionless. There seemed to be 2 golden lamps in his eye sockets, and his ancient saint aura was shocking. The Blood Moon clan was bloodthirsty. They could obtain divine energy from the blood of others, especially those with special body constitutions or saints. To them, blood was like a precious medicine. I am looking forward to the human saint physique. I wonder if it can help me advance to a higher level. At the side, a saint-level ancestor king licked his lips. He did not look very old. He was the grandson of the Blood Moon King, and his name was Xian Tuo. In his hand was a sparkling white skull that was filled with wine. The fragrance of the wine mixed with the blood, forming a bewitching blood-red color. This was the skull of a saint, and it was refined into a wine cup. The scariness and cruelty of the Blood Moon clan were evident. Grandfather, I heard that the wine cup in my hand is the skull of an ancient saint of the human clan. Our clan still has some collections, right? Xian Tuo asked with a smile. The Blood Moon King shook the inconspicuous white wine cup in his hand. With a voice like that of a night owl, he said, "This is also a skull that belongs to the human clan." They were very weak back then, and they were forced to rely on various royal clans just to survive. The cup in my hand is the skull of a female Saint King. It is rare for one to appear. Her blood tasted very sweet. My grandfather killed her personally. At that time, a branch of the human clan was our slave. Their life and death were decided by us. That era is really memorable. After so many years, I didn't expect them to be so powerful. The human clan's sacred physique is very special. His golden sacred blood is a rare medicine. I really look forward to it, but I can't find his whereabouts, said Xian Tuo. You have to work hard. I don't have much lifespan left, and I might pass away in a few years. Fortunately, you became a saint. Your father died early, and if you can't break through in a few years, you most likely won't be able to inherit our clan's throne. You are not the only ancient saint, said the Blood Moon King. I understand. As long as I can find the human clan's sacred physique, I will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Unfortunately, we are not in the immemorial era, and I can't keep them. Xian Tuo's eyes were sinister. Rumble. Suddenly, the majestic palace shook, and the entire mountain range shook as if it was about to be overturned. The mountain peak in the distance exploded, and rubble flew into the sky. What happened? Who dares to disturb the Blood Moon clan's ancestral land? Xian Tua jumped up. The old Blood Moon King's eye sockets were like two golden lanterns, and he ruthlessly said, "Go and take a look. Maybe it's time for you to establish your might." Outside the mountain gate, Yi Fan crushed two mountain peaks with a single punch. He even lifted up a huge mountain and threw it into the Blood Moon Ridge, crushing a group of ancient race people to death. Where did this ignorant brat come from? How dare you provoke our Blood Moon royal clan? Even if you are tired of living, you can't commit suicide like this. I'll make you wish you were dead. They were part of the top 10 bloodthirsty royal clans in the immemorial era, and each of them fed on fresh blood. There was no anger or fear in their eyes, and they were all extremely excited as they rushed over. To them, this provocateur was their food. Boom! Yi Fan raised his hand and uprooted a mountain range. There were more than 20 mountain peaks, and he smashed them down. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. Not all the ancients were very powerful. Who are you? One of the ancients shouted as he realized that this person was not ordinary. Human sacred physique Yi Fan, ask your clan leader, the Blood Moon King, and that grandson, Xian Tua, to come out and die. Yi Fan shouted, and his voice traveled over 100 miles. Everyone's faces turned green. It was true that Xian Tua was the clan leader's grandson, but he was not everyone's grandson. This person was deliberately looking for trouble and wanted to stir up trouble. Yi Fan, the human sacred physique is here. The news spread out, and many powerful figures in the Blood Moon clan were overjoyed. They rushed over and almost drooled. That was because the Blood Moon King said that once he found the human sacred physique, he would kill them on the spot and let them taste the golden blood of the sacred physique. I didn't expect you to come to me. Xian Tua shouted. Surprise was written all over his face as he approached quickly. The Blood Moon King frowned slightly. It was not normal for the human sacred physique to come to him on his own. He was afraid that an accident would happen, so he followed quickly. Blood Moon King, you posted a reward in the ancients to kill me. I'm here today. You two idiots, come out and die. Yi Fan shouted. Arrogant. There was no limit to his arrogance. He dared to speak to two ancient saints like this, and one of them was a saint king with few opponents. Apart from the great sage, who dared to scold him. In the immemorial era, humans were merely livestock reared by my clan. We could kill them and do whatever we wanted. We were just a bunch of food, Xian Tua said coldly. Then, in a calm and unruffled manner, he walked forward, pointed a finger, and said, "Let me think about how to eat you. Should I start from the head, or the heart?" Xian Tua swirled the jade-white wine cup in his hand, took a sip of the bright red blood, and said, "This wine cup was made from the skull of a female saint king of your human race. It originally belonged to my grandfather, but now it was given to me. Now, I feel that your skull is a bit more perfect, so I can make a better wine cup." Crack. The lightning was so sudden that it covered the mountains and plains like a vast ocean pouring down from the sky. It was pervasive, and lightning filled every inch of space. Silver snakes danced, golden dragons leaped into the sky, and chaotic air filled the air. Every arc of lightning was tainted with some chaotic light, and it was frightening. Even a saint was a little scared when he saw this. Such a vast array was comparable to their great heavenly disaster. How could a Tao cutter survive it? Has he become a saint? Such a huge chaotic arc. Xian Tua was a little stunned. Even when he was undergoing the most terrifying saint disaster, he did not encounter such a scene. "Run!" the Blood Moon King shouted. He finally knew why Yi Fan dared to be so fearless and came with evil intentions. Yi Fan's heavenly disaster was more terrifying each time. Although it was not as terrifying as when he had just cut his Tao and the great ancient emperor had not appeared, it still triggered the chaotic disaster and enveloped him. It was even more terrifying than the heavenly disaster of a saint. This was also the reason why his body was comparable to a saint's. He used the Xing formula and chased after Xian Tuo. Xian Tuo was the Blood Moon King's lifeblood. If he targeted one, he might be able to hurt two. In the sky, various palaces appeared. They were chaotic lightning that resembled ancient heaven, and a human-shaped emperor was faintly discernible as he carried out suppression. This kind of heavenly disaster could definitely hurt Xian Tuo's body. If one heavenly disaster couldn't do it, it could not withstand 10,000 heavenly disasters, 100,000 heavenly disasters, 1,000,000 heavenly disasters. Boy, you are still young. A saint transcends the mortal world and is far from being comparable to an ant like you. Killing you is like stepping on a bug. The Blood Moon King rushed back to save his grandson. However, before he finished speaking, a divine radiance slashed over from an unknown place. With a poof, his right arm and shoulder were cut off diagonally, and he was almost cut in half. The saint's blood splattered and turned into a blood mist in the heavenly disaster, which slowly dissipated in the chaotic light. He was shocked and furious. He knew that he was in trouble. An ancient saint who was proficient in assassination was hiding here. In the dark, killing Saint Qi Luo held the heaven-deceiving array platform carved from the Enlightenment ancient tea tree and disappeared in a flash as if it had never appeared. Blood Moon King, you want to suppress me with your power and offer a reward with a sacred weapon to mobilize the ancient race to kill me. Today, I will let you reap what you have sown. Yi Fan approached with lightning. Assassination techniques are unparalleled in the world. Unfortunately, he is just a saint and is still far from my realm. Let's see what he can do to me. The Blood Moon King said proudly. His broken arm grew back, and he held a white wine cup made from a saint's bone and drank a cup of blood. Xian Tuo stood beside his grandfather and calmed down. He held the pure white skull of the female king saint and poured a mouthful of blood wine into his mouth. You want to make trouble in my Blood Moon clan? You are still not enough. Is that so? An old voice was heard. Boom! In this lightning punishment, a huge fist struck. It was dozens of miles long and filled with chaotic aura. The power of this fist could shock immortals and make ghosts weep. Saint Wei Yi from the stone square of the heavenly jade Holy Land appeared and attacked for the first time. After the punch, the Blood Moon King could not block it. The bones in his arm were broken on the spot, and his body was torn into pieces. His entire body exploded. No one in the outside world could see clearly. Everything was hidden in the light of the heavenly punishment. You want to provoke a war between the human race and the ancient royal race? Even an ancient saint has made a move, and you dare to deal with us like this? The Blood Moon King was shocked and angry. At the same time, he felt extreme fear. You have the cheek to say that? As an ancient saint, you offered a reward for a Dao executioner like me, and the 10 royal races joined forces to kill me. Do you really think that I, Yi Fan, am a pushover? Do you think that you have the upper hand? Yi Fan sneered. I also know how to suppress people with my power. I also know a few ancient saints. Although there are not many, it is enough to destroy you. Since you don't abide by the rules, then let's mess around together. I will get rid of you first. You, the Blood Moon King, was furious. He wanted to say something, but unfortunately, he did not have the chance. This was because killing Saint Qi Luo moved. Without waiting for his body to reassemble, a cold saber silently chopped his head into 2 halves. Transforming God Saber. The Blood Moon King screamed in fear. His primordial spirit could not escape. Under the long black saber in the killing saint's hand, his primordial spirit turned into ashes and was absorbed by the saber. Xian Tuo was scared out of his wits. His face was pale. He had just become a saint not long ago. How could he fight against a veteran ancient saint? Now that his grandfather, a saint king, was smashed by a punch, one could imagine how terrifying the person who came was. Do you want to provoke a war between the 10,000 races? At that time, the races will join forces to destroy the human race. He threatened as he fled, putting on a bluff. Unfortunately, the lightning drowned everything, and his voice could not be transmitted. It was you who broke the rules first. You have stretched your hands too far. You want to kill me and drink my golden sacred blood? Come and try. Yi Fan shouted coldly. This time, even your great sage can't deduce my tribulation. Killing you will be in vain. Pfft. In front of him, Xian Tuo, who was fleeing in the lightning, suddenly had his upper body and lower body separated. A black demonic saber appeared out of nowhere and cut him in half. It was killing Saint Chi Luo again. Xian Tuo screamed in pain and threw away the white wine cup made of the female Saint King's skull. He let out a heart-wrenching cry. Although the transforming god saber only cut his body, the saber's aura was fatal to his primordial spirit. His glabella split open, and black blood flowed out. To think that you would have such a day. You said that your race kept my human ancestors as livestock and used them as food. Today, I will wash away the shame for them one by one. I will start with the female Saint King who passed away in sorrow. Yi Fan roared out, brandishing his golden fist as he rushed over, bringing with it endless streaks of lightning radiance. A fist smashed out, piercing through Xian Tuo's chest, blasting his flesh and sacred bones flying out more than 10 jin. Chapter 11:14. 7 or 8 of Xian Tuo's sternum were broken by Yi Fan's golden fist. Large chunks of flesh flew out, and green blood rained down. The heavenly tribulation rang out incessantly, releasing waves of dark light. Ah, Xian Tuo's pain seeped into his bones. His chest split open, missing several bones. Blood gushed out, and his entire body was covered in green blood. His hair was disheveled, and he cried out in pain. He had just become a saint not too long ago, and he hadn't had the time to experience this feeling of looking down on all living beings. Today, his sternum was shattered by a Tao-severing expert. This was a fatal blow, and his unrivaled will was about to crumble. Your Blood Moon clan angers men and gods, using the skull of my human ancestor to forge a wine cup. This debt of blood will be repaid with interest today. Yi Fan's body was within the heavenly tribulation. Tribulation light shot out in tens of thousands of streaks, and all types of chaotic lightning interweaved. He raised his fist and rushed over again. It was still the indomitable 6 paths of reincarnation fist. If not me, then who? With this fist intent, there was an unrivaled belief in one's heart, a will that could strike through 3,000 worlds and break through the 9 heavens. The golden fist moved, and the fist winds surged. Yi Fan moved like a streak of floating light, slaughtering from one side of the sky to the other. He brought tens of thousands of streaks of tribulation lightning with him, and with a pu sound, he smashed downwards. Blood splashed out. Xian Tuo cried out loudly. This time, his shoulders exploded together, and his arms turned into dozens of sparkling white bone fragments. Flesh and blood flew in all directions, and his entire body was covered in green blood. A sea of lightning hacked down, and there were all types of tribulation light, from the 9-5 great heavenly tribulation to the 5 elements lightning, and then to the chaotic sea of lightning. There was everything. Xian Tuo was in an even more miserable state. Strands of green smoke rose from his body, and the fragrance of meat wafted over. He was originally a saint of a generation, transcending all living beings and looking down on the world. When had such a tragic thing ever happened? He didn't have the slightest bit of a saint's might. The heavenly tribulation was vast, and everything that happened was drowned in lightning. Outsiders couldn't know the result at all. The human race's holy body. Xian Tuo roared, his eyes full of resentment. His first battle after becoming a saint was so miserable, and he was so angry that his liver was about to burn. You said that back in the ancient times, you raised my human ancestors like livestock, that they were your food. Today, I will beat you until you explode, and you will be worse than livestock. Yi Fan stood within the tribulation and roared furiously. His hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a demon god. He allowed the chaotic light to descend and baptize his slender and sturdy body. His entire body was glowing with precious light. Even though his skin and flesh were lacerated from time to time, it was not a big deal. Once he activated the swordsman formula, his injuries would quickly heal. Over the years, he had often gone through tribulations, so he already had a wealth of experience. Nowadays, very few lightning punishments could truly injure him. Ah, Xian Tuo cried out loudly, anger filling his heart. His grandfather had been killed, and now, even a Dao-severing expert dared to treat him like this. It made him almost grind his teeth to pieces. He knew that the odds were against him today. Not to mention the old sage who had blown up his grandfather with a single punch, even the killing sage was enough to make him suffer. Rather than being killed sooner or later, he might as well fight. If he could kill the human race's divine physique, then he would be able to drag someone down with him. Even though his primordial spirit was in intense pain, he still did his best to raise his cultivation and repair his body. Boom! Yi Fan flew over, and the heavenly tribulation descended before he even arrived. The power of his fist was vast, and Xian Tuo was shaken by the astral winds and the heavenly tribulation to the point where he couldn't stand still and was almost sent flying. He was overwhelmed with shock. The effects of the transformation god blade were far more terrifying than he had imagined. He had been struck in the waist, but his primordial spirit was injured. The space between his brows split open, and black blood flowed out. At this moment it was difficult for him to gather his strength, and he almost tumbled to the ground. Pooh! Yi Fan's swift and fast fist arrived. It was imbued with his entire body's holy power, and it surged with essence energy. It struck Xian Tuo's chin, and his teeth flew out over 100 meters with green blood, pierced through by the tribulation light. Kacha! Moreover, in the next quarter of an hour, Xian Tuo's chin bone cracked and fell off. Blood splashed everywhere, and it was a tragic sight. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. At this point in the battle, if no one came to intervene, Xian Tuo would undoubtedly die. There were miracles in this world, but the reason they were called miracles meant that they were extremely rare. Pfft! Yi Fan's fist blasted Xian Tuo's head apart. White brain matter and blood splashed up to a height of 30 meters. Chaotic lightning struck down and burned his body clean, leaving not even a bit of residue behind. Xian Tuo was frightened, angry, terrified, and desperate. His primordial spirit flickered, and all kinds of negative emotions burst forth. A black light flashed by as the killing Saint Qi Luo made his move. That pitch-black long blade swept past, and his primordial spirit was cut down, turning into dust. The transformation god blade was a terrifying saint weapon. Since ancient times, there had always been a sacrificial method to refine it, but it was rarely forged. As the killing saint, Qi Luo was like a tiger that had grown wings with such a demonic blade. A dark shadow flashed, and Qi Luo disappeared into the void like the old Saint Wei Yi, no longer attacking. They had the heaven-deceiving formation pattern carved from the trunk of the Enlightenment ancient tea tree on them, so they could come and go freely in the heavens' calamity and were not pursued by the lightning. The Blood Moon King, as the lord of a clan, has died. I'll go in and take a look, and raise this place to the ground, Yi Fan said to himself. In between his eyebrows, a small golden person stepped out, opened its mouth, and let out a clear whistle. It began to suck in the lightning in the sky like a whale drinking water. At the same time, his cauldron also floated out, suspending above the head of the small golden person. It seemed to be only an inch big, but it was hard to tell how heavy it was. This was because not long ago, he had collected all the ocean-like source chi in the bronze celestial palace and transformed it into the cauldron. This allowed its grade and potential to have a wider space for improvement. If so much source chi was displayed, it would be enough to shock the entire ancient planet. Once it was forged, it would definitely be a great weapon. Not to mention other things, just the weight alone was enough to crush a Dao-severing warrior alive. If not for the fact that it had long been refined by Yi Fan, even with his powerful bloodline physique, it would be difficult to lift it. And now, the 1-inch small cauldron was really countless times heavier than Mount Tai. It was a great weapon, rarely seen throughout the ages. Was this prepared by Vicious to shatter the Extreme Path Emperor weapon? Yi Fan said to himself. His physical body, the small golden person, and the 1-inch cauldron formed a mysterious connection between the three. They were harmonious and unified as if they were born as one. His physical body was sparkling, and every inch seemed to be cast from glazed divine gold. There was not a trace of impurities. After being soaked in the strongest bloodline evolution liquid, his physical body became even stronger, and it was enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with an ancient saint. The small golden person had also become much stronger. That mysterious mineral could also promote its growth. Tens of thousands of golden lights could be faintly seen, and it was as if an immortal king was sitting cross-legged. It was incomparably dignified. The cauldron swallowed and spat out divine splendor, crazily swallowing the chaotic light of the various sects in the heavenly tribulation. The chaotic light was absorbed into the cauldron, and it was branded on the cauldron's walls. It became even more mysterious. The heavens tribulation was terrifying, but to Yi Fan, as long as it was not an abnormal scene where the ancient emperors appeared together to attack him, he could handle it. He tempered his golden body and understood his own path. Golden lights flickered, and even Yi Fan's hair became sparkling. When his eyes opened and closed, thousands of divine clouds shot out. His entire body was resplendent, and it surpassed the indestructible body of Buddhism. Just as the pair of siblings who had passed through the eternity tribulation said, he might have one of the strongest physiques in the universe. If he always had the evolution liquid to temper his golden body, he would definitely be able to unlock all of his potential. Indestructible golden body, tempered hundreds and thousands of times. Immortal divinity, forge my path. Yi Fan's mind was clear, and he had no self or anything else. Every heaven's tribulation was a rare baptism, and both his physical body and divine sense were upgraded. Yi Fan's physical body, the small golden person, and the 1-inch small cauldron entered the sky above the blood moon ridge together. All kinds of tribulation lights covered the sky and covered the earth, completely drowning the area below. This was the most ferocious royal family of the ancient race, and their overall strength was extremely strong. Even if the Blood Moon King died, there would still be an ancestral king to replace him. Although there was no ancient saint presiding at the moment, the retreat was still orderly. The Blood Moon King entered the heavens tribulation and did not come out. They knew that something big might have happened. The Blood Moon clan that once enslaved the ancestors of the human race, your ancestral land shall be completely destroyed. Yi Fan stood in the lightning and shouted. On this day, the north region was shaken. The adult human appeared out of nowhere and barged into the Blood Moon Ridge to undergo the heavens tribulation. It was really arrogant to the extreme. What was even more shocking was the result of this battle. The Blood Moon King and Xian Tua were killed, and the ancestral land of the Blood Moon clan was split into scorched earth. Other than the area protected by the Great Sage's ancient formation, almost everything else was destroyed. That was a ferocious king. How could he die just like that? No matter how terrifying the heavens tribulation of the human race's sacred body is, it can't do anything to him. The entire north region was in chaos, and the ancient clans were in an uproar. The Blood Moon King's death was a little unclear, and no one believed that he was killed by the heavens tribulation. A human ancient saint took action, and it was an ancient saint that was far stronger than the Blood Moon King. Many people unanimously thought so. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? Undercurrents were surging, and this could evolve into a huge wave. It was most likely that a war between ancient saints would occur. This was a huge uproar. These days, the 10 great royal clans united and secretly issued a bounty to kill the human race's sacred body. Anyone who heard this would be shocked. The whole world was paying attention and thought that it was difficult for him to survive. However, Yi Fan's actions exceeded everyone's expectations. Not only did he not fear or retreat, but he also barged into the Blood Moon Ridge and killed the Blood Moon King. This was a resounding slap in the face. The ancient clans did not abide by the rules and secretly attacked. Yi Fan also did not act according to logic and caused such a huge disaster, causing a great royal clan to suffer heavy losses. The human race's sacred body is so crazy and courageous. He killed the Blood Moon King. What else does he not dare to do? This is a solid slap in the face. What face do the radical factions of the ancient clans have? How can they endure this? A sacred body dares to fight against the 10 great royal clans alone. Everyone in the world was a little stunned. They were extremely shocked by this result. As for the most radical 10 great royal clans, many people were even more dumbfounded. They did not expect Yifan to have such a violent temper, and be even more arrogant than them. Human ancient saints, you are declaring war. How dare you secretly kill the leader of a great royal clan? Do you want the entire eastern wilderness to be filled with corpses? A king saint jumped out from the ancient clans and roared loudly. His voice spread through the mountains and rivers of the north region, and his holy power was vast. Blood Moon Clan, Green Ghost Clan, Violet Electric Clan. You all are shameless and don't follow the rules. You have the nerve to jump out like a cat whose tail was stepped on. If you have the ability, come and try to kill me again. Then I'll kill a few of your clan leaders. Yifan's reply could be said to be extremely arrogant. He pointed out the most radical 10 great royal clans and shouted loudly, challenging them in a domineering manner without the slightest bit of fear. On this day, Gai Jiuyo appeared in the divine city of the North region. He only said a few words in a sickly manner and retreated. The Blood Moon clan asked for it. I don't have much lifespan left, but if there are great clans that insist on humiliating the human race, I can still destroy a great royal clan or slaughter dozens of royal clans by risking my life. However, even these few words had great power. They shocked the ancient clans and made many great clans tremble. Some clan leaders were incomparably nervous. Chapter 11:15. Gai Jiuyo's name seemed to have a strange magical power. Many elders of the ancient race felt a chill run down their spines. They were afraid that a younger generation who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would provoke this sickly old man with unfathomable cultivation and start a massacre. That would be a great disaster. Gai Jiuyo only said a few words, but their power was tremendous. In the following days, even the most radical 10 great royal clans became much more well-behaved. At the very least, they didn't dare to openly say that they would make the human race's corpses pile up into mountains and rivers of blood flow. They kept a low profile. Oh, the ancient Forbidden Land's terrifying aura has become several times stronger. If this goes on, no one will be able to enter. Yifan arrived at the southern region and observed this life-forbidden land from afar. This time, he drove a saint-grade flying ship. Its entire body flickered with a metallic luster. He named it Flying Immortal 12580. He appointed the 2 captives, the purple-eyed girl and her brother, as the vice-captains. However, they didn't help him pilot the ship. Now, they were being interrogated by the Black Emperor in the heavenly village to obtain core secrets. This flying ship had lost the Zhang 6 golden body inside, which was the divine will of the sacred tool. Its functions were obviously not good. Although it still had extreme speed, it was still far from what it used to be. The arrival of such a flying ship flickering with silver radiance outside the life-forbidden land shocked many people. They didn't know what was going on. However, the appearance of Yifan was even more eye-catching. He came here to set up an incense table, but he didn't pay his respects himself. Instead, he let the little monk from Earth, Flower, pay his respects seriously. Now, this place had already become a divine domain. After the battle at the Bronze Immortal Palace, cultivators of the human race often came here to pay their respects. They believed that this was the Tao field of an ancient great emperor. Desolation should be a great emperor of the human race in a miraculous state, and they hoped that she could protect the human race. Yifan let his young disciple pay his respects here. He himself was also muttering in a low voice. Great Emperor of the human race, please awaken. The ancient race has gone too far. The humiliation of the human race needs to be washed away by the great emperors of the ancient times. Please return one day earlier. In the past, when I first came to this world, I received the great emperor's favor and was bestowed with the 9 profundity holy fruit to change my constitution. Now, you also bestowed me with the myriad chi cauldron. I have no way to repay you. During this period, I left this world twice, both times through the desolate forbidden grounds. I borrowed the 5 colored altars from the great emperor. Thinking back to that bronze immortal palace, that bloody, immortal character, how shocking was it? It gave me a deep comprehension, explaining the great Tao true meaning. I've seen several of your coffins. You've made great contributions, and your battle prowess has shaken both ancient and modern times. You're the most talented person, Yi Fan rambled on, making people feel a bit scared. They felt that he seemed to have a great connection with the great emperor in the desolate ancient forbidden land. The more they heard him, the more uncomfortable they felt. He left this world twice in succession, and this was already known by everyone. Each time, he used the 5 colored altar in the ancient desolate forbidden area to leave under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, and many people saw him leave with their own eyes. When they heard him say this, quite a few cultivators shivered inwardly. Could it be that this fella really had some type of relationship with Huang? And now, they were praying for this human emperor to come out? Outside the forbidden lands of antiquity, there were many people coming and going. There were many incense burner tables. Naturally, some people saw him and heard what he said. What does he want? Don't tell me that they're thinking of inviting the Motherf * King human king out to suppress the ancient race? That's a little unrealistic. I feel that he's not being honest at all. He's just trying to be mysterious. He's most likely just trying to scare the ancient race. Yi Fan stroked the little monk's flowery bald head that he had personally shaved and said, "Good disciple, with your root of wisdom, you should be more sensitive to this and pay your respects seriously." "Yes, master. I'm extremely sincere and serious. I'm going to pull off a big one and summon the Motherf * King human king over to wipe out those B* stards of the ancient race." Hua was not very old, only a few years old. He had a weird look and spoke like a bandit. He had been seriously polluted by the Black Emperor and Longma. Yi Fan was speechless. He could only stroke his little bald head and said earnestly, "Don't hang out with that black dog in the future. How about I send you to Sage Wei Yi's place? That black dog is too unscrupulous. I've been wanting to hang out with him for a long time. He fought with us for the mysterious mineral pool liquid that Master brought back and squeezed together to soak in it. I despise him 100 times, Hua said. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong with him no matter how he looked at him. He was clearly a very tender child with long eyelashes and big black eyes, just like a porcelain doll. Why did he speak like that? Hanging out with people like the black dog in Duanda all day long, he really couldn't be a good person. Actually, the worst one is my big brother Yi Tong. He always scares me when he has nothing better to do. He's obviously doing bad things, but in the end, he makes me the scapegoat. Hua felt wronged and complained while blinking his big eyes. Yi Fan was speechless and said, "Damn it, my disciple has been led astray by them. Luckily, I didn't bring Komatsu, otherwise, I really don't know what would have happened. Master, I'm very pure. I didn't do those shameful things. I didn't secretly resell the Enlightenment tea. It was Duanda who forced me to trade. I also didn't secretly drink Killing Saint Chi Luo's divine wine. I accidentally passed by and got drunk after smelling the wine. Also," the little bald Hua said seriously with his big eyes. "Bullsh * T, I've already investigated it. It's all done by you." Yi Fan knocked his head lightly and said, "Quickly sense it carefully and use your heart to call." "Yes, master. Yes, master." Hua straightened his back and chanted sutras, looking like a little charlatan. Yi Fan really wasn't a good master. Whether it was Yi Tong, Komatsu, or now Hua, he didn't put much effort into teaching them. He was a hands-off shopkeeper for a long time. Doing this would indeed allow them to unleash their natural instincts to the greatest extent, and they would not be limited by Yi Fan's achievements and influence. However, doing this would undoubtedly breed a few wild horses, and who knew what they would become in the future. Recently, Yi Fan stayed in the Heavenly Village. He unexpectedly learned from the Killing Saint Chi Luo that this little radish was actually innately psychic. He could directly communicate with people spiritually from an extremely far distance. This was a mysterious innate divine ability. It belonged to one of the unknown treasures of the human body. He naturally opened it when he was born. This also made Yifan understand why this child could produce the Historia phenomenon of Buddhism. He had obtained the supreme inheritance of Buddhism. His spiritual force was extremely terrifying and was at the inhuman level. He came here to confirm whether the desolate lower continent was the great human emperor or not. He also wanted to use this as a pretext to scare and awe the ancient race, making them suspicious and afraid. Hong. Suddenly, a terrifying aura rushed out from the ancient desolate abyss. Black mist overflowed into the sky and covered the midday sun. It made the entire life-forbidden region tremble. Everyone revealed a thoughtful expression. They looked towards the direction of Yifan and his disciple and were dumbfounded. Could it be that they really triggered something? He crossed the starry sky from this place twice. If you say it has nothing to do with desolate, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Otherwise, who else could do it? Who would dare to go in? It seems like it was really caused by the praying of the master and disciple. How terrifying! The group of people were all scared. They all retreated far away from this region. Although they were all humans, they were a bit afraid of them. They didn't know what kind of unforeseen event they were about to provoke. Master, I sensed it. There is a powerful spiritual force below that abyss. It's very frightening, stronger than anyone I've ever seen. It's countless times more terrifying than Grandpa killing Saint, said Hua Hua. The expression on Yifan's face was hard to calm down. He didn't know if things would go out of control if they continued like this. If a great disaster really did happen, not even deities could save them. Slowly tell her everything I taught you. In the end, he made this decision. Great ancient emperor above, Hua Hua pays her respects to you. The human race is facing a great disaster. A tender child's voice transmitted into the pitch-black abyss through the spirit, piously praying. When Hua Hua used her spirit force, a silvery white vortex appeared above her head. It was as if a reincarnation gate had been opened. Moreover, streaks of patterns appeared on her scalp, spreading outwards. Yifan was shocked. The human body really was mysterious. Every inch of flesh contained a treasury, countless divine gates waiting to be opened. Many people, even if they cultivated to the saint realm, might not be able to open many of them. Meanwhile, there were some people who were innately gifted, possessing all types of special divine abilities. They were born with them, not having cultivated before. These were the heavenly awakening treasures. A few figures have appeared. From afar, a cry of alarm rang out. There were cultivators who had opened their heavenly eyes and told everyone what they saw. In the depths of the ancient desolate land, above the 9 sacred mountains, black fog surged. From the abyss, a few figures stood amidst the black fog. They were none other than the desolate slaves. Boom! Suddenly, another unique aura swept out. It was as if a gap had been opened between heaven and earth. The power of deities from the 9 heavens flowed in reverse, causing people to involuntarily want to kneel down. The young child Hua Hua's face turned pale. Her lips trembled as she said, "Master, this human emperor is too powerful. No, she should be a deity." The spirit force I sensed felt like it was an entire body and not her heart. Yifan's expression was heavy. He opened his heavenly eyes and stared at the 9 sacred mountains, carefully observing everything there. Desolate, it really was her. She appeared above the abyss and was currently observing this place through the black fog. The young child Hua Hua had indeed summoned her. Human Emperor, please accept my prayer. Time flies, ever since the ancient desolate land, the human race. Hua Hua muttered, seriously passing on the words that Yifan and the others taught him in the heavenly village. He spoke about the human race's situation after all these years. Desolate appeared, shocking everyone. The cultivators all retreated, looking at Yifan and the young child Hua Hua as if they had seen a ghost. They were all stupefied. Did they really summon her? The human race's sacred body is outside the ancient desolate land and is currently summoning desolate. It is said that the abyss is the Tao field of the human emperor. He wants to invite her out? When the ancient races received this news, some people were shocked and felt deeply uneasy. There were also some who laughed coldly and prepared to cross the void to intercept Yi Fan and kill him. Ancient Great Emperor, please take action. The young child Hua Hua prayed. Yi Fan frowned. A pendant in his hand lit up, indicating that an ancient saint had appeared. He had no choice but to retreat. He had previously gifted some Tao comprehension tea to the old Saint Wei Yi, and the old man gave this item to him. This was a magical artifact refined by the ancient ancestor of the heavenly jade Holy Land. It was extremely mysterious and could sense the aura of a saint even from far away. Even while crossing the void, it could determine the distance based on the different colors it flickered. Yi Fan was just about to bring Hua Hua away when the distant ancient saint was shocked. He discovered that Desolate had truly appeared above the abyss and turned around to escape. Desolate has been summoned by them. The human race's sacred body really does have some unknown connection with her. This news quickly spread among the ancient races. It was as if a nest had exploded. The northern region's races were in an uproar and felt waves of fear. The ancient races who had rushed over after receiving the news had just appeared. When they saw the terrifying figure in the life-restricted region, they were all so frightened that they immediately fled. None of the ancient races expected that Yi Fan would really summon Desolate. It was earth-shattering and the world was shaken. Master, this is a deity. When I close my eyes, I can see a humanoid light. Compared to her, our own specks of light are as insignificant as specks of dust. The little baldy Hua Hua was terrified. His little face was snow-white and his bald head was shining. Yi Fan focused his eyes and looked forward. At this time, above the ancient desolate abyss, the slender figure hidden in the black mist actually spoke. Immortal, Desolate had spoken. Yi Fan was shaken. He believed that he didn't hear wrong. This was a woman's voice. It was as pleasant as the sounds of nature, but there was a type of supreme dignity to it. Chapter 11:16. Immortal. Just this word alone made the heavens collapse, the great Tao go dormant, the group of stars tremble, and the starry sky rumbled. A mysterious power rushed into the heavens, engulfing the battlefield in outer space. The two ancient saints who were in outer space turned pale with fright, turning around to flee. In the distance, a small metal boat immediately tore open the void, entering the dark cosmos to avoid this divine sound. It was as if it was greatly affected. Are there still human emperors alive on this ancient star? This was a type of intimidation, making the ancient saints who came from other star regions feel horrified. This was truly earth-shattering, shaking the entire starry sky. In the present world, there shouldn't be a single great emperor. 10,000 years ago, the last great emperor also passed away in meditation, so how could there still be an aura of this level? The saints from outer space said softly. There were 3 or 4 people who appeared in this star region, just that they didn't land on the ground. During these days, they had always been observing in outer space. Rumor has it that in the current world, there are already no great emperors in the cosmos. How could such a person suddenly appear? If there was someone who corroborated the Tao in this world, they should be able to see that this ancient star is different from the others. It was clear that none of these people were weak, or else how could they travel through the stars? These were some super saints who could roam the heavens. The entire starry sky has been without an emperor for many years, and it will continue to be like this. This is the prediction made by the greatest saint, and the credibility is quite high. Why is this ancient star like this? Now, for the sake of fighting over the right to enter the immortal domain, the great existences among the saints will all hurry over. Why would the aura of a great emperor appear? If the path to immortality is empty, in the future, the ancient saints of the entire cosmos will fight over the opportunity to become an emperor first. There will definitely be a great collision that will unfold on a magnificent scale. The forbidden ancient land was just a single word, yet it shook the starry sky in outer space. The saints were all incredibly bewildered, not daring to descend. Yi Fan had a look of shock on his face. Huang appeared, but why did he only say a single word? Now, he finally received confirmation that she was a woman. Her voice was like the sounds of nature, moving one's heart, yet there was an inviolable dignity to it. Through the hazy fog, anyone who had cultivated the third eye could see a slender figure floating above the abyss. His eyes were cold, but there was a kind of calmness and transcendence about him. Quite a few human cultivators had arrived, and all of them knelt down and called out, "Great Emperor," asking her to come out of the forbidden area and protect the human race. As for the ancient race, not a single one of them appeared. All of them had escaped at the first moment. Even the ancient saints did not dare to show their faces. That was because the battle at the Bronze Immortal Palace had left too deep of an impression on them. In that battle, desolation wiped out a group of ancient saints. Even with the three great sage overseeing them, even with the extreme Tao ancient imperial weapons, it was useless. They could only flee. In the eyes of many ancient clans, Huang seemed to be purposely targeting them, not having the slightest good impression of them. Sending themselves over was just courting death, which was why not a single ancient saint dared to appear. Unparalleled Great Emperor. Huahua's little face turned pale. He communicated with his spirit force, causing his entire body to involuntarily tremble. After all, he was too young. How could he not be shocked when he saw such an existence? Unfortunately, no matter what he said, Huang didn't say anything else. He only silently looked at Yi Fan, his gaze penetrating his body, unknown what he was thinking. Yi Fan's body went ice cold, cold sweat pouring out from his pores. He was targeted by Huang. Huang's eyes swept over the green copper cauldron in his body, to all life source energy, and then to the immortal treasure diagram one by one. It was as if they were tangible, as if two swords streaked past, making his bones feel pain. Yi Fan wanted to use the tiger's skin to scare the ancient race, but now, Huang was targeting him. This made him feel like things weren't good, as if he was inviting trouble onto himself. Immortal path. Only after a long time had passed did Huang shift his gaze, speaking these two words. It was pleasant to listen to, as if immortal music from the 9 heavens passed, making everyone's ears perk up, wishing to know what was going to happen next. Huang mentioned the immortal path. This was shocking. This was the ruler of a great emperor-level restricted region. Any word she said could shake up the entire stellar domain. However, many people didn't hear what she said next. The smoke and clouds turned into ribbons of black mist, winding about the 9 sacred mountains, making that figure seem even more slender and unreachable. She slowly descended, entering the eternal darkness, entering the abyss, no longer appearing. Huahua's little bald head was shining. When he saw Huang descend, he immediately recovered his past temperament. He looked quite tender, but he was actually a mischievous spirit, continuously spouting nonsense. Unparalleled Great Emperor, go in peace, I feel great reverence towards you. Suddenly, his little face became bitter, his face turning pale, a pair of large eyes widening until they were perfectly round. He said to Yi Fan in alarm, "Master, she spoke to me, did you hear her?" "I didn't, what did you sense with your spirit?" Yi Fan revealed a look of shock. He looked towards the others, but they didn't show any abnormalities, clearly not hearing anything. She sighed gloomily, as if she had lost something. She only said 3 words, "We were all wrong." What did she mean? Huahua mumbled in a low voice, but her voice was cut off by Yi Fan's gold sacred region. All wrong. Yi Fan said to himself, great waves stirring within him. What did this mean? Let's go. Yi Fan pulled Huahua, decisively boarding the shining flying ship, immediately entering the realm gate, disappearing from this place. That day, the world was in turmoil, all sides moved. Huang was called out by Yi Fan and his master, as if indirectly proving that he really was related to Huang. The ancient races felt uneasy. He really can call out to Huang. This means that the 2 times he borrowed the path wasn't without reason. Many people were stupefied, all sides shocked. The ancient races, in particular, felt weak. This indirectly proved that she might be a great human emperor who had lived to this era. If she was dissatisfied with them, it would be a great disaster. Yi Fan returned to the heavenly village and told them all the information he had obtained, leaving everyone stupefied. What did she mean by all wrong? She might really be a ruthless person. Thinking that a great emperor is still alive, my heart is thumping non-stop. I won't go to the southern region in the future. Duanda said with a guilty conscience. You've done too many immoral things, daring to dig up her Tao field. Now, just keep the heaven-devouring demonic jar. Who knows when it'll take care of you, the Black Emperor said, taking joy in his misfortune. Martial Uncle Duan, martial nephew is willing to share your burdens. Give that jar to me, I don't mind. Big Flowery's eyes were sparkling. He had a small bald head, and with a warm expression, he moved closer. Go play with the mud on the side. Duanda waved his hand. Master Uncle Duan, I won't take it for free. Let's still follow the old rules and carry out the transaction. Tao Comprehension Tea, or killing Saint Old Man's soul-transforming blade, which one do you like? Hua Hua persisted. The group of people looked at Duanda, all of their expressions unkind. Motherfucker, don't listen to his nonsense. This little thing is so mischievous, I've never traded with him before. Last time, when I was drinking, he stole 2 good things from me, said Duanda. In the heavenly village, the group of people thought for a long time. They all agreed that there might be some great changes in the future, so they all said that they had to make mental preparations. Duanda lacked confidence. From that day forth, he no longer entered the southern region. He really was a bit scared. The ancient races became quiet, not making any other movements. They truly felt uneasy. A few people thought of ways to send death-sworn soldiers into Origin Ancient Mine, their minds full of worry. The days passed one after another. In the following period of time, it was extremely peaceful, no great battles erupting. There were only a few more ancient sages who came from beyond the heavens, arriving for the path of immortality. In the blink of an eye, it was close to half a year. Yi Fan continued to cultivate, and it was time to bid farewell to Big Dipper. Because of this, he specially went to Ji family to ask about Ji Ziyue and Ji Haoyue. Little Moon's father was a man of great talent and bold vision, a heroic middle-aged man. His black hair scattered down, his eyes like lightning. He personally received him in Ji family's ancestral palace. This was a grand ancient palace, rumored to have been built by the Void Emperor. It was connected to a boundless void, the radiance of a stellar domain flickering about. Rumor had it that back then, the Void Emperor was buried in the cosmos from this place, never appearing again, never leaving behind a coffin. Little Moon's father attached great importance to Yi Fan. Being able to bring him to this place was also a type of acknowledgement. During this time, Ji Zi also came here, saying a few things. This is the path taken by the great emperor, there is the tomb of the Void Emperor in the cosmos. In the end, Yi Fan left Ji family and headed straight for Qishir Manor, because the half-a-year period was up, he was about to leave this world. Damn, that girl Zi Tong ran away, that scoundrel ZFA also ran away, this emperor is so angry. When the Black Emperor came to send him off, he brought this news. Yi Fan handed the matter of the flying ship to him, originally hoping that he would thoroughly study it, but he didn't expect that an accident would happen. When the two of them were teaching the Black Emperor how to pilot the flying ship, they abandoned their physical bodies and fled with their primordial spirits. The body is the foundation of a god, now they have become rootless duckweed, even if they possess a body, there will be a rather long rejection period. I don't believe they can escape from this world. The Black Emperor was indignant. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. The 2 soul lamps in his hands both flourished and then exploded. They found a suitable body, and it's not in this world anymore. The Black Emperor shouted, revealing a shocked expression. At this moment, the Zhang 6 golden body, this sacred artifact, was glowing all over. It streaked across the sky and directly disappeared from the eastern wasteland, entering the dark universe. Inside the cabin, the purple-eyed woman's expression was cold. She had adapted to the body she had duplicated with the blood she had left behind earlier and said, "This ancient planet is too strange. The power of the natives is beyond imagination. We must think of a way to return to the mother planet and bring the news back. I wonder if we can still find those naturally formed space jump points." Now that there's a big problem with our spaceship, it's too difficult. The golden-haired middle-aged man said. The 10 feet 6 golden body transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the universe. Central Continent, Qishir Manor. Black Emperor, Dongfang Yi, Sacred Prince, Li Heishui, Yan Ishi, Li Tian and the others all came to send them off. After today's parting, I don't know when we will meet again. Since ancient times, who knows how many people have walked this path, but in the past hundreds of thousands of years, only 3 to 5 people have returned. Take care. Master, you're leaving again. Yi Tong was sad. Master, I'm the purest. Please take me with you. I'm afraid I'll be led astray by Black Emperor and Duanda. Hua Hua, the little monk, tugged at his trousers and raised his head, blinking his big eyes. Damn it, this bastard has an evil nature. He wasn't led astray by outsiders at all, Duanda said. Priest Duan, why don't you come with me? I'm sure there will be countless big tombs waiting for you to rob along the way, Yi Fan said with a smile. I'm not going anywhere. Immortal Ascension and Tao building are in the ancient times. Last time, I missed the opening time of the Path of Immortality. This time, I'll be the first to rush in. I can't make any more mistakes. The strongest trial in history. This is a path that has caused countless heroes to shed their blood. Even the strongest sacred physique has lost 3 people. It's incomparably cruel. Think carefully. Once you enter, there's no turning back. The old master of Qishir Manor said to Yi Fan. Chapter 11:17. I've already thought it through. There's nothing to regret. I'm willing to participate in the strongest trial in history. Yi Fan said straightforwardly. Good, you chose your own path. It's good that you don't have any regrets in the future. The old master of Qishir Manor nodded. Before leaving, Yi Fan and the old master of Qishir Manor went to a sealed stone room. It was isolated from the outside world to pass down some coordinates. No one was allowed to approach. After a long time, Yi Fan came out and bid farewell to Yi Tong, the Sacred Prince, the Black Emperor, Li Heishui, Duanda, Yan Ishi, and the others. He was about to step onto the heavenly road and enter the star field. Parting was undoubtedly sad. They had finally met again after returning from the other side of the starry sky, but Yi Fan had to embark on a journey again. This was his life choice. He was going to participate in the strongest trial in history. The obsession on the other side of the starry sky was gone. His parents were no longer here. Apart from these old friends, cultivating, achieving Tao, and becoming an immortal were his greatest goals. We'll meet again. I'll come back alive. Yi Fan waved his hand as his gaze swept past everyone. Take care, Yi Fan. You must take care of yourself. We'll meet again when you're alive. Bring back the big and small moons, as well as Pang Bo. They knew that the main reason Yi Fan entered the strongest trial was to save these people. Tempering himself was secondary. This path was too dangerous, only opening once every 10,000 years. Each time, the most stunning people of this world would leave, entering the boundless cosmos. However, after endless years, only 3 to 5 people returned alive, the others all dying in the foreign realm, dying in battle in the starry sky. Yi Fan was very strong, but he might not be able to survive. There were already precedents of several saint physiques dying in battle. After this parting, it was unknown whether they would meet again in this life. Goodbye. Yi Fan turned around and left resolutely. Master, you must come back alive. Yi Tong shouted with tears in his eyes. Wah. Master, you really don't care about me. We come from the same place, how can you leave me behind? Gui Hua Hua cried. Brat, you still lack my Xiantian holy body. If you die, I won't let your soul rest in peace. You must return alive. The Black Emperor roared. I'll wait for you to prove your Tao and become an emperor. This time, if I still can't enter the immortal region, the next time I wake up, I'll dig up your grave. Remember to put more treasures in it. Duanda said. The sacred prince, Li Tian, Li Heishui, Yan Ishi, Dongfang Yi, Yao Yuekong, and the others waved their hands and watched him leave. The innermost depths of the Odd Warrior Manor was a forbidden land. Outsiders couldn't approach it, and it was impossible for them to reach this place. There was a natural primal chaos great formation engraved here, and it was filled with endless killing intent. It was because this place held the manor's most important secret. Yi Fan and the old saint of Chishire Manor entered this secret land together. The traces of the great formation were very obvious in this place. It was densely interwoven with each other. Strand after strand of chaotic energy flickered, protecting this place tightly. The most terrifying killing formation was densely laid here, turning this place into a barren land. Few people could attack this place. Before the Desolate Era, there was a manor lord who obtained an incomplete art of the 9 secrets. It was all related to Tao patterns. Unfortunately, it was greatly damaged, or else this formation would be even more terrifying. The old manor lord sighed. He spoke frankly. After so many years, the great formation was severely damaged and was no longer as magnificent as it was in the past. Otherwise, any ancient saint who entered would die. It was hard to say now. Yi Fan was speechless. There was actually an incomplete art of the 9 secrets that was related to Tao patterns in the Odd Warrior Manor. If the Black Emperor knew about this, he would definitely go crazy with joy. The black dog wanted it even in its dreams, and it had been searching for clues for so many years. Woo, I've already closed the primal chaos killing formation. This place is safe now, or else no matter who enters, they will suffer indiscriminate attacks. Let's go in. The old saint said. Yi Fan understood. A strange expression flashed past his eyes as he entered the depths of this secret land. There was a colorless altar in front of him. It was simple and unadorned, yet imposing. It was as if it had fallen out of time and space from the ancient times. Go, tread on your own path. I hope you will become the most powerful in history. The old saint stopped. Yi Fan saluted him respectfully to express his gratitude. He then ascended the rainbow altar step by step. This altar is very special. This old one is going to activate it. Are you ready to cross over? The old manor lord asked. I'm ready. Yi Fan nodded. Hong. The void suddenly collapsed. A large earthen yellow hand descended from the sky, slapping towards the altar and Yi Fan. Its speed reached the extreme, and its holy might was vast and mighty. The old saint was shocked and furious. He shouted loudly, "You dare?" His originally stooped body straightened in an instant. His palm enlarged and turned into a large silver monument. It imprinted itself into the sky and immediately blocked that large hand. Hong. Boundless holy might formed a storm in the sky. Every strand of wind could tear open a black hole. It was incomparably terrifying. This was a confrontation between the most powerful ancient saints. Another cold snort sounded. Another ancient saint appeared. His large green claw was covered in scales. It covered half the sky as it clawed towards Yi Fan and the rainbow altar. Do you all want to start a war with the human race? The old saint from the extraordinary warrior manor was seething with anger. His other large hand slapped out, forming a second silver monument. Symbols flickered on its surface, engraved with divine patterns. Pung. He exchanged a palm with the second person, stopping him in the sky. However, a third aura appeared. It was extremely abrupt and incomparably powerful. A large black claw reached out from the clouds. It was unknown just how many li long it was, but its demonic might covered the sun. This terrifying scene could be seen even from several hundred li away. It was too terrifying. Such a large claw truly seemed like the hand of the heavens that could obliterate everything in the world. The old saint from the extraordinary warrior manor roared angrily. He opened his mouth and let out a long roar. The clouds in all directions moved, and a silver-white true dragon sprayed out from his mouth and nose. This was his innate origin essence energy. It entered the clouds and slashed towards that large black hand. So powerful. It seems like your cultivation is unfathomable to stop 3 ancient saints. Let me see how long you can last. This was a Saint King. He coldly spoke in the void, causing the great Tao to rumble and the heaven and earth to tremble. His body turned into a hazy streak of light. He took a step forward and slapped towards Yi Fan and the rainbow altar. Ah! The old saint from the extraordinary warrior manor was so angry that his hair stood on end. He shouted loudly and the space between his brows opened. A vertical eye appeared and shot out a beam of divine light towards the Saint King. Hung long. The most terrifying thing happened. The 5th ancient saint appeared. Another person came. Even though he wasn't a Saint King, he was still powerful enough. He stomped down towards Yi Fan with the intention of crushing him to death. You all are intolerable bullies. Intruding into my extraordinary warrior manor and acting wantonly, are you trying to provoke an all-out war between the ancient race and the human race? The old saint was like an old lion. Anger was written all over his face. Without a doubt, these people were here for Yi Fan. They wanted to kill him and snatch away this rainbow sacrificial altar for the ancient race to use. Heh, the human race's saint physique won't live past today. Old fellow, don't protect him anymore. It's not worth risking your life for a dead person. Moreover, your extraordinary warrior manor won't be able to protect this rainbow altar. The ancient race saint said coldly. His voice was filled with ruthless killing intent. This old one will fight to the death with you all. The eyes of the old saint from the extraordinary warrior manor were red. There seemed to be endless resentment in his heart as he wanted to fight to the death with these people. Hung long. The void broke open, and the 6th ancient saint appeared. His body was enveloped in tens of thousands of divine halos. There were divine wings on his back, and he was incomparably resplendent. This was a Saint King. You alone won't be able to reverse the situation. If you continue to struggle like this, you will only die in vain, the newly appeared Saint King said calmly. Yi Fan stood on the altar and shouted at the 6 ancient saints, a group of despicable ancient saints. You all have no sense of honor. For a mere Tao-severing expert like me, you actually mustered such a large force. 6 saints came together just for me. Don't you all feel ashamed? Just an ant. If it wasn't for a great sage who divined a wisp of the future and felt that you might be a character, we wouldn't have moved for you, an ancient saint said coldly. You all are still afraid in the end. If you have something to say, come at me alone. Yi Fan roared. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken, an ancient saint said coldly. An ancient saint coldly said. A large purple hand reached down from the dark clouds and slapped toward his body. This hand was too big. With a rumbling sound, the entire sky seemed like it was going to collapse. Every purple scale on it was several zhang long, and it was extremely terrifying. Master. Yi Tong and the others saw it clearly from the distance. They all cried out in horror. They knew it was over. So many ancient saints took action, and there was no lack of Saint Kings among them. How could the old master of the extraordinary warrior manor block them all by himself? It would be difficult for him to protect Yi Fan. Damn it, the saints of the ancient races have taken action, and there are so many of them at once. It's difficult for Yi Fan to survive. What should we do? Truly shameless. There are actually so many ancient saints taking action together. They don't have the slightest bit of humanity. They want to eliminate my human race's sacred physique and disregard all rules. How hateful. Regardless of whether it was Yi Fan, Li Tian, and the others, or the famous figures of the extraordinary warrior manor, they were all roaring in anger. They were filled with unwillingness and anger. With so many ancient saints arriving, it was clear that they didn't want to give Yi Fan any chance of survival. At the same time, one could see how much they feared the human race's sacred physique. They feared that he would grow up and walk the path of the strongest refinement, ultimately confirming his Tao and returning. And now, they attacked powerfully and without the slightest restraint. They wanted to eliminate him and completely strangle him while he was still in the cradle of growth. If you want to walk the path of the strongest refinement, Go reincarnate into a good body in your next life. There's no hope for you in this life. During these few months, the ancient races didn't make any movements because they couldn't find traces of Yifan. However, they had long since learned that he would walk this ancient heavenly path, and thus they attacked. The sacred physique was one of the strongest physiques in the cosmos, and the ancient races were deeply apprehensive about it. Some extreme royal races couldn't tolerate him becoming a saint, and they even more so didn't want him to become a saint in the future. Damn it. A famous elder from the Cheshire Manor clenched his fists and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. This ending made him so depressed and sullen that he couldn't bear it. Master. Hot tears welled up in Yitong's eyes. He couldn't help but roar in anger and wanted to rush over. However, he was firmly held back by the Black Emperor, who told him to endure and take revenge in the future. If Yifan is unwell, I will pay a visit to these ancient saints one by one on the day I become a saint. Li Tian said coldly. Master, don't die. Little Baldy cried loudly. These people were completely in despair. The ancient saints had all arrived, and there were so many of them. How were they going to stop them? Don't worry. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. A figure walked out from the sealed stone room in the distance. He approached and rubbed Huahua's little bald head. Don't cry. He helped her wipe away the string of tears on her face. The group of people were all dumbfounded. The person who came was precisely Yifan, and that stone room was the one he and the old master had entered not long ago. What's going on? You are Yifan, but who is that person on the rainbow altar? A few of the famous elders from the Cheshire Manor were somewhat stupefied. I need an explanation. The Black Emperor bared his teeth. Now, we only need to watch the show. Yifan smiled and looked toward the depths of the Cheshire Manor. There, a great battle was unfolding. They knew that since Yifan was here and there was no danger, it was obvious that all the ancient saints had been tricked. They were definitely going to suffer a great misfortune. Chapter 11:18. In the depths of the unique warrior manor, large amounts of light flickered. Strand after strand of light tore the sky full of holes. There were groups of black holes everywhere. The saints were fighting. This battle had reached its climax. If a light wave struck the ground, it would definitely make a large part of the central continent sink in. At the very least, the purple spiritual mountain where the unique warrior manor was located wouldn't be preserved. However, shouts rang out and holy light splashed everywhere. This place was still not destroyed and was preserved. The unique warrior manor is worthy of being an important place of the human race. The combination of the rarely seen terrain and Tao patterns made this place an immortal land. An ancient saint said to himself. His attacks became even more ferocious as he launched an exceptional attack that belonged to a saint king. The great Tao rumbled. Tens of thousands of strands of immortal light crushed down from the sky, about to turn this place into a scorched earth. The expressions of the spectators all changed. At this moment, they saw a resplendent river of stars pouring down from the boundless starry sky. Tens of thousands of streaks of light crushed down from the sky, about to overturn this place. Unique warrior manor's master, are you still putting up a stubborn resistance? Do you want to wait for your clan to be completely wiped out? Another ancient saint was extremely tyrannical as he spoke coldly. The sky was in ruins. A boundless expanse of light danced about. There were also countless black holes faintly discernible as they shattered the sky. You kings are going too far. Do you really not care about the slightest bit of rules? The unique warrior manor's old master shouted. His head of messy white hair stood on end. We are indeed going too far. What can you do about it? An ancient saint's tone was overbearing and arrogant. His expression was cold and indifferent, carrying a lawless and indifferent laughter. It could be said that he was completely unrestrained. His voice was exceptionally ear-piercing. In the distance, the faces of the unique warrior manor's big names all changed. They all clenched their fists tightly. The invading ancient saints were truly fearless. It made their lungs explode with anger. They truly wanted to immediately kill them. Unfortunately, these people were too powerful. How many experts in the present world could contend against them? Too excessive. These ancient races should be hacked to pieces. Are they bullying our human race because we lack saints? Arrogant and despotic to the extreme. An elder from the unique warrior manor was so angry that his entire body was shaking. Yi Tong, Li Tian, Dongfang Yi, and the others were also furious. They furiously glared at the sky. The only thing that comforted them was that Yi Fan was unharmed. Seeing how calm he was, they could infer that the old saint of the unique warrior manor had made preparations. In that secret land, the battle was getting more and more intense. The old master's cultivation was extraordinary. He was actually able to hold off 6 saints by himself. The battle had reached its climax. Master of the Qishir mansion, why are you doing this? It's not worth it for a saint physique. If you throw your life away, it will be too late for regrets. The old man is indeed very strong, exceeding our expectations. However, how long can you last like this? In the end, you will still die a wrongful death. The 6 ancient saints fought the old palace master, their battle intent surging, blotting out the dazzling sun. One of the ancient saints even summoned the sacred radiance of the stars, turning this place into a starry sky. Meteors danced in the air as comets streaked across the sky. Rays of light submerged this place. The power of the summoned stars was extremely terrifying as it submerged the entire central prefecture. You all rely on your bravery to bully us. Have you ever thought that one day, there will be even stronger experts who will attack your clan and kill you all until your souls are extinguished? The old master shouted. Are you joking? Just relying on your unique warrior manner? You want to rely on the human race's saint physique to prove your Tao? Unfortunately, we won't give you the chance. Today, we will make your blood splash for hundreds of zhang. 6 ancient saints soared into the sky and simultaneously suppressed the old master of the unique warrior manor. This place was filled with multicolored lights, and each strand was destructive. The scene of the saints fighting was too tragic. If it wasn't for the unique warrior manor being a special place where the entire purple mountain was densely covered in Tao marks, even the afterglow of a saint's attack would be enough to destroy this place dozens of times over. You were right about one thing just now. Today, we are indeed bullying the human race. What can you do about it? Not only do we want to kill your human race's saint physique, we also want to seize the 5-colored altar. You can't stop us. The ancient race saints saw that they couldn't win after fighting for a long time. One of them laughed arrogantly. He wanted to make the old saint angry and disturb his calm mind. Since you all are so arrogant and have spoken to this extent, this old one will also go all out and leave you all behind. The old master roared. Old man, today, we will definitely eat you up. We are bullying the human race because there is no one left. What can you do about it? An ancient saint sneered in a domineering and overbearing manner. Hong Long. Suddenly, streaks of sword energy rushed into the heavens, flying out from the unique warrior manor. They were all primal chaos sword radiance, and they hacked down until the heavens collapsed, turning this place into a land of death. What? That primal chaos killing formation clearly closed, and activating it requires a long time. Why did it revive again? Hurry and retreat, hurry and leave this place, break away from the killing formation. Several ancient saints' faces were full of shock, and a hint of fear appeared. They all flew into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. They wanted to break away from the exceptional killing formation left behind from ancient times. Pooh! A streak of primal chaos sword radiance swept over. Blood splashed several dozen zhang into the sky, streaking across an ancient saint's chest, splitting him in half on the spot. Ah! He screamed miserably. A rain of blood overflowed into the heavens. His primordial spirit light shone brilliantly, flying with everything he had, tearing apart the void to escape. However, this primal chaos killing formation was too strange and terrifying. It was all-pervasive, and it locked down the void. He had no way of escaping. This was especially the case when blood splashed out. The entire ancient killing formation revived, locking down this ancient saint. All of the primal chaos sword radiance gathered in this direction. Pooh! Endless streaks of primal chaos light hacked over, hacking this ancient saint's primordial spirit until it was deformed. His life flame quickly dried up, going from resplendent to flickering in but an instant. The terror of this primal chaos killing formation was clear to see. It could even cut down saints. The expressions of the ancient saints who rushed into the clouds all became ugly to the extreme. No, this person released a final cry of unwillingness. He was hacked into dust by the primal chaos sword radiance, dying completely. An ancient saint of a generation had fallen. In the distance, the large black dog's large eyes flickered with a dark light, and he said, as expected of the extraordinary warrior manner. This killing formation is very terrifying, comparable to some of the formation patterns of the great ancient emperors. However, I've never heard of an emperor appearing here. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he opened them very wide as he thought of the 9 secrets. Good move. You knew that we would come, and you want to trap and kill us here. An ancient saint roared angrily above the clouds. Unfortunately, your plan is destined to fail. Today, I will definitely kill you, you old bastard. A few ancient race ancestral kings escaped, and only one was killed by the sword radiance. At this moment, they stood tall in the sky, their eyes like eternal ice, cold and emotionless. They wanted to start a massacre. The old palace chief said calmly, "Since you have fought your way here and think that the human race can be bullied, then there is nothing more to say. We can only use blood sacrifice for the formation, and kill to reason things out." Yi Tong, Yao Yuekong, Li Heishui, and the others all clenched their fists, extremely excited. The old palace chief activated the primal chaos killing formation and killed an ancient race saint, which made them feel that they had vented their anger. Just now, they had been extremely stifled. Now, there were only 5 ancient saints left, and the old palace chief could most likely fight them head-on. He would not be as passive as before. However, before they could relax for even a moment, a grand wave surged over, quickly rushing over from the horizon. You are right. Today, we will use blood sacrifice for the formation, and kill to reason things out. We will definitely eat the human race. Even if we want to bully you, so what? As this voice rushed over, the 7th ancient race saint appeared. His might was monstrous, and blood clouds pressed down. They were as heavy as the sea, and a bloody smell assailed the nostrils. It was suffocating, as if there were a million blood-colored mountains flying over. Everyone's expressions changed. The 7th ancient saint had appeared, and the ancient race had mobilized. How could they fight against this? Could the old palace chief of the odd warrior manor still hold on? The ancient race had mobilized a large force, and they would not rest until they achieved their goal. Even if they had made preparations and countermeasures, it was impossible without absolute strength. Everyone was full of worry. In the end, this was a world where strength spoke. In front of so many ancient saints, all strategies were useless. They only needed to smash them with a single punch. It's fine, Yi Fan said calmly. He rubbed Hua Hua's little bald head, telling everyone not to worry. Really, there won't be a disaster? An elite disciple of the odd warrior manor asked. Yi Fan did not say much. Today's situation was decided by the old palace chief half a year ago. The multicolored altar was too dazzling, and the ancient race had long since set their eyes on it. They wanted to carry out the cicada shedding its carapace plan today. When the old saint met him for the first time in the small wine shop, he said that he would send him into the ancient heaven path half a year later. He purposely spread the news that he was going to destroy the multicolored altar today. At the same time, he was going to hit the ancient race. Old man, you are courting death. The human race's sacred body will die, and the odd warrior manor will also be destroyed. This multicolored altar will also belong to us, an ancient saint said coldly. Let's talk with strength. If you can't do it, it will be useless no matter what reasoning you humans have. You can only lower your head to us. A saint king said. Everyone was furious. The famous guests of the Odd Warrior Manor were about to stomp their feet in anger, but they did not have the strength to help. It was impossible for these ancient saints to enter the primal chaos-killing formation again. Killing one ancient saint was already the limit, and it would be difficult to lure them in again. Is that so? Does having a bigger fist make sense? That's fine, this old man will talk reason with you all. At this time, an aged voice rang out. On the multicolored altar, Yi Fan's body turned into a wisp of clear air and dissipated. In his place, a sickly old man appeared and turned into another person. What, it's him. Guy Jioyo. Why did he come? When did he arrive? Hurry and leave. The ancient kings' faces were ashen, full of uneasiness. They didn't dare say anything else and turned around to leave. Since everyone has come, let's do as you all said. Let's use our fists to talk reason. Guy Jioyo's face was sickly. His voice was calm without the slightest bit of anger. However, when he pointed out with his finger, the winds and clouds immediately changed. A streak of finger radiance rushed into the sky. It was as if a sun had fallen, streaking across the cosmos and shining with eternal immortal splendor. Pooh! An ancient saint exploded on the spot. Blood scattered everywhere, dyeing heaven and earth red. He didn't even have the time to release a groan before he turned into a dismembered corpse. The other 5 ancient saints were scared out of their wits. What kind of people were they? An ancient saint among them was actually blasted apart by a single finger. This made everyone tremble in fear. Don't leave. Let's continue to talk reason. After we finish here, this old man will go to your clans and carefully and seriously talk for half a day. Guy Jioyo pointed out with his finger again. With a light pu sound, the second ancient saint turned into a pool of blood, his body and soul extinguished. Chapter 11:19. Annihilating a saint with a flick of a finger, how terrifying was this battle prowess? Not to mention the current era, even looking at the ancient times, it wouldn't be inferior to the most ferocious figures in the long river of history. Guy Jioyo's divine might shook the world as soon as he appeared. He could stand shoulder to shoulder with those who stood at the peak since ancient times. He was a true peerless expert. Just 2 flick of his finger had destroyed 2 ancient saints. Not even a strand of their souls had escaped. The bloody mist drifting in the sky, the scarlet smell, and the dazzling light were shocking. The remaining ancient race saints all turned pale and their limbs were numb. They felt a chill run down their spine and their souls were trembling. It wasn't that they were weak, but there was something in the body of the seemingly decrepit old man in front of them that made them tremble instinctively. Others might not be able to tell, but as ancient sages, they were able to see it clearly at this moment of life and death. Within that old, almost decaying body, there was a soul that shone brilliantly like the sun. It was a clear indication of his unparalleled strength. Even though the soul was already covered in the marks of time and it was difficult for it to remain immortal, dealing with them was as easy as flipping one's hand. It was enough. Guy Jioyo, you can't do this. The ancient saints were terrified. The old man's chi and blood were withered and he looked so decrepit, but they were terrified to the extreme. Why can't I do this? Didn't you just say that we should talk with strength and reason with our fists? I'm talking to you very seriously. Guy Jioyo had a sickly expression. He spat out a breath of clear air and turned into a chaotic light that rushed forward. Pfft! An ancient saint's body was in tatters as if he had been smashed by a giant hammer. Whether it was his bones or flesh, they were all rotten beyond recognition. Even his primordial spirit was in the same state. Then, his entire body exploded. Dead, another ancient saint has died. This was a saint king of the ancient races who was famous for his defense, but he was shattered by a breath of essence energy. Within the Cheshire Manor, the group of legendary figures who had felt incomparably sullen and indignant just now all felt relieved. Their gloominess disappeared, and they began to sympathize with the ancient saints. Facing such an unfathomable Guy Jioyo was truly a tragedy. Even an ancient sage had lost the ability to fight and was casually killed by Guy Jioyo. He was as weak as a 3-year-old. Guy Joyo, you're a true peerless expert. Do you still remember the agreement of the Jade Lake meeting? Aren't you afraid of provoking a few great sages by killing us ancient sages without any scruples? Please have mercy, we know we're in the wrong, an ancestral king cried out in fear with a pale face. After becoming saints for so many years, when had they ever been so frightened? They had always been high and mighty, but at this moment, they were putting on a brave front but cowardly on the inside. They were scared to the bone. Guy Joyo sighed softly. The human clan talks about rules with you. You say that whoever's fist is stronger is the law. Now, I'm talking about the principle of fists with you, but you're mentioning the old agreement and rules. What do you think I should do? He stood on the five-colored altar just like that, his ancient Taoist clothes fluttering about, moving with the wind. His body was shriveled up, his complexion not great, but he possessed heaven's shocking strength. He alone was enough to make saints feel fear, as if they were facing a deity. Swish! An ancient sage took out a divine artifact that was passed down from generation to generation. Divine light surged into the sky, tearing open a chaotic passageway, wanting to reach the northern region and escape this calamity. This divine light was very dazzling, illuminating eternity. He took a step into it, a hint of joy on his face. As long as the crack closed, he would be able to escape without a trace. However, this naturally couldn't become a reality, because the person in front of him was called Guy Joyo. Whether it was in the past, present, or future, he was a peerless figure that could be recorded in the history of cultivation. If it wasn't for the fact that he was born too close to the Azure Arch, he would definitely have a chance to prove his way. Boom! Guy Joyo stood on the five-colored sacrificial altar. There was no light in his eyes, and they even looked a little cloudy. However, when he reached out with his hand, it was as if the heavens were falling and the earth rending. He directly grabbed the ancient sage and his weapon out of thin air. This is too terrifying. It wasn't just Yi Fan, Duanda, the Holy Prince, and the others. Even the saint-level beings felt their scalps go numb. Every inch of the remaining two ancient sages' flesh was convulsing, and they were extremely terrified. They were saints, and they could pluck down meteors and shatter the moon. With a single battle, they could cause a vast expanse of the middle state to sink. However, when facing Guy Joyo at this moment, they were like sick men, and they didn't even have the courage to fight. This was because Guy Joyo could destroy them with just a wave of his hand. Pooh! The wrinkled palms slowly closed, and the ancient sage let out a wail of anguish before turning into a mist of blood on the spot. Meanwhile, the gods contained within the divine artifact struggled in terror, but it also shattered inch by inch, transforming into a dazzling divine light that filled the sky like fireworks. This. Just how powerful is this? That's an immortal divine artifact, and yet it's being ignited like fireworks. It's so extravagant and brilliant, the large black dog murmured. This kind of battle prowess almost petrified everyone. There was no way to estimate Guy Joyo's true cultivation level, and they could only look up to him in awe. Guy Joyo said, "For so many years, you've acted in a domineering manner. Wherever your descendants go, even children don't dare to cry. One can imagine just how arrogant you've become. At first, I didn't want to cause trouble. All races should be equal, and we should coexist peacefully while waiting for the path of celestial ascension to open. However, you've gone too far, and you're completely unbridled. Now, you've actually come to my race's divine land, and you want to kill my race's saint physique and seize the five-colored sacrificial altar. Do you think my race is easy to bully? Perhaps I'll have to stretch my muscles a little. If we're just trying to reason with each other, some people won't know when to stop. Please spare us. We won't dare to do this again. If you spare us this time, we'll never appear again, and we'll never become enemies with the human race." An ancient sage bowed deeply, and he was almost kneeling there. His forehead was covered with sweat, and he didn't dare to move. It's too late. Since I've already made my move, how can I stop now? Guy Joyo shook his head. It was obvious that he wanted to establish his might this time, and beat the ancient race until they were terrified. Killing these few ancient sages was just a prelude, and he definitely wanted to use this to send out the most terrifying warning. You're an unparalleled existence, and we're just ants. Please don't lower yourself to our level. We swear that we'll never become enemies with the human race, so please have mercy. Everyone had moments of fear. Facing Gai Joyo, these two ancient sages were completely terrified. In order to live, they knelt there and begged. These were the most radical ancient kings of the 10 great king clans. They were usually high and mighty, and they had never trembled in fear like this before. They knelt and begged for their lives, and they didn't even have the thought of fighting. If word got out, it would definitely shock the world. Unfortunately, their final repentance and begging couldn't change their fates. Gai Joyo shook his sleeves, and they broke apart inch by inch, turning into a bloody pulp. Today, some king clans of the northern region broke the agreement for no reason, and they came to kill the saint physique of the human race. They even wanted to seize the 5-colored sacrificial altar left behind by the great human emperor, forcing me to make a trip to the northern region, Gai Joyo said. The 5-colored sacrificial altar has been destroyed by the ancient race, the old saint of the unique warrior manor said. After saying this, he shook his sleeves, and the 5-colored divine light flashed. The altar shrunk, and it was sucked into it. Ah, is the ancient road to the outer region really destroyed? Was it destroyed by those ancient sages? In the unique warrior manner, an upright and honest Almighty was in a daze, and he asked with a sullen face. You idiot, this is naturally said by that old fox, the manor master. He wants to put the blame on us and hide the 5-colored sacrificial altar. Gai Joyo is a peerless and invincible existence, and he wouldn't say such a thing. But what kind of person is our old manor master? He wants to pluck the feathers of the goose that passes by, and he can't wait for the rooster that passes by to lay an egg for him. This time, he wants to chase Gai Woody to the northern region, and extort him from behind, another person who knew the old manor master said in a low voice. The formation patterns intertwined, and transformed into a formation platform. Gai Joyo, the old manor master, and Yi Fan stepped onto it, and directly rushed toward the northern region. Awoo. The large black dog let out a howl, and he was incredibly excited as he said, this time, there's going to be a huge storm. The old and sickly withered elder is going to make a move, and the whole world is going to be shocked. It can't be that he's going to turn the northern region upside down, right? Let's hurry up and follow him to see what's going on. Let's go, let's see how they're going to do something big. The little baldy Hua Hua also said excitedly. The group of people majestically activated the second formation platform, and charged toward the northern region. Of course, they couldn't go with Yi Fan and the other two who were directly involved. They were only going to watch the show. On this day, the clouds moved in all directions. The news that 7 ancient sages had joined forces to attack the unique warrior manor quickly spread throughout the world, and it couldn't be hidden even if they wanted to. It caused a huge wave. Had the ancient tribe become so domineering? Everyone in the world felt uneasy. But when the news that 7 ancient sages had died, they couldn't believe it anymore, and the haze in their hearts was blown away. Gai Joyo has taken action. The Supreme Being who was already unmatched under the heavens 8,000 years ago has finally taken action. This ancient sage senior who was believed to be able to verify the Tao has finally revealed his exceptional brilliance again. He was forced to draw his sword and hack at the ancient race. When everyone heard this, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken up. Many of the older generation figures were so moved that they began to tremble. Even though Gai Joyo's age was too great, his bloodline dried up, and he was too old, he could still fight. Forget about the central continent and other places, even in the farthest western desert, an aged figure on Mount Meru couldn't sit still. He stood at the summit of Mount Meru and gazed into the eastern wasteland. Gai Joyo came to the northern region, and after 8,000 years, he once again drew his sword. The entire world was shocked. This elder brought the human race's divine body to the northern region to demand an explanation. He wanted to ask why the ancient race dared to disobey the rules again and again, and he was preparing to take action. Many great clans of the ancient race were terrified. An existence that had lived for 9,000 years came to denounce them, and they didn't know what kind of massacre he was going to instigate. After so many years, they had never seen this human supreme being take action. Many of the ancient race agreed that he couldn't hold on any longer. His cultivation realm had dropped greatly, and he was no longer as magnificent as he was in the past. One had to know that anyone, even great emperors, would grow old one day. Their primordial spirit would decay, their flesh would wither, and their battle prowess would decrease sharply. There were many examples in history, such as the great completion divine body of the Holy Cliff. When he was at the prime of his life, he was majestic, his aura devouring mountains and rivers. His roar could pluck the stars and split the sun, and stars would shatter with a single roar. However, what was the final result? When he reached his later years, his blood energy withered, and his body aged. He no longer had the battle prowess of his peak. In the end, he was killed by someone, dying on the Holy Cliff. The blood of the great completion divine body dyed that black peak red. Even now, there were still traces of his essence energy scattered. How lamentable. Now, Gai Jiuyo had killed 7 ancient saints with a wave of his hand, and there was no lack of saint kings among them. This allowed people to see his vitality, as well as his past brilliance. Gai Jiuyo took action, bringing Yi Fan to the northern region. He was about to reveal his most stunning sword. The entire world was quietly waiting. The human race was excited, and the ancient race was terrified. The entire world was watching. Chapter 11:20. This was a stone forest situated within the mountain range. It was uneven in height and crisscrossed. This was only the entrance. Ahead of them was a vast expanse of stone mountains and enormous rocks, occupying a vast area. It was quite common in the northern region where not even a blade of grass grew. It occupied more than 95% of the region. This place could be considered lush and verdant. There was quite a bit of vegetation between the mountain rocks and stone forest. This was especially the case in front. After entering the stone forest, a large primitive forest covered the area. Pine trees rustled about, forming many special areas around the rocky land. Moreover, there was a boundless stone forest surrounded by a green primitive mountain range. It was a bit out of place compared to the lush mountain forest. This was a vicious land that ordinary people didn't dare set foot in. It was occupied by an archaic Great King clan. Ordinary Dao severing experts wouldn't dare approach and would avoid it from afar. This was because their vicious reputation was great. They were one of the 10 great vicious clans. A single word of disagreement would lead to a life and death confrontation. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many great clans had been wiped out. Auho! A roar rang out. An enormous tiger-leopard-type creature ran through the stone mountains. It was 10 zhang in length and could cover several li with a single leap. Its body was vigorous and its breathing was heavy, making people feel intimidated. It turned around and discovered Yi Fan's group. Its eyes flourished with vicious light. It jumped 8 li from a mountain peak to another stone mountain and looked down on them from above. Stone race is truly extraordinary. Even a beast raised outside the mountain gate has reached the Dao severing realm. Their background is indeed deep. Yi Fan was astonished. They moved quickly. When the news of Odd Warrior Manor had just spread, they had already entered the northern region. They were searching for the most radical king clans and were about to take action. Gai Jiuyo wanted to demand an explanation from the ancient race. He was going to unsheath his sword in the northern region and display exceptional sharpness. Yi Fan and the old saint of Odd Warrior Manor followed him without any fear. Auho! The biggest difference between this strange beast and ordinary vicious beasts was that its forehead was actually a stone wall. It didn't have any flesh or hair, appearing rather abrupt. This was the stone race. It was rumored that their ancestor was an expert born from the union of a holy spirit and an ancient race. Later on, they married into other races and developed into a king clan. Many of their descendants had stone spots on their bodies. Swish! This strange beast couldn't see through the trio's depth. A streak of divine splendor shot out from its stony forehead. This was an innate divine technique passed down to them by their ancestors, and it could pierce through mountains and rivers. Pa! Yi Fan waved his hand and sent it flying. The strange beast let out a ferocious roar, instantly alerting the ancient race members at the entrance of the rocky grounds. A group of them rushed over. Who dares to barge into my stone clan? This race's appearance was strange. Some were humanoid, and some were animal-shaped. Every single one of them had a large stone slab on their body that emitted a faint luster. It's me, the Yi Fan whom all of you have been thinking about and who sent out ancient sages to kill. Gai Jiuyo walked at the back, followed by the old saint of Qishir Manor. Yi Fan stood at the forefront. His body was slender and strong, and his blood and qi were masculine. His eyes were full of aggressive killing intent. It's you. You really have the gall of a god. The 10 great royal families are all looking for you, wanting to chop you into mush, but you actually delivered yourself to our doorstep. The news from Qishir Manor hadn't reached here yet, so they still didn't know that 7 ancient saints had fallen. Their eyes all flickered with cold light. Normally, who dared to behave atrociously here? They would all take a detour. They were known as one of the 10 great vicious clans, and their name had spread throughout the archaic era. Once they clashed with them, it would be a disaster of blood at every turn. You came at the right time. I heard that you once killed a saint. Today, you want to establish your might in my stone clan again? Then I'll help you, haha. Someone laughed loudly. Right now, the entire world knew how terrifying and extraordinary Yi Fan was. Those under the saint realm couldn't be provoked, but today, he took the initiative to provoke them, delivering himself to their doorstep. This was the same as throwing his life away. The Stone Clan's vicious name was well known, so they naturally had an ancient saint overseeing it. Otherwise, how could they be called a king clan? No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to stir up any waves. Human saint physique, your life is truly tough. You probably don't know yet, but an ancient saint from my clan went to the central continent to kill you. Who would have thought that you actually didn't ascend the rainbow altar? Otherwise, you would have died a long time ago. The Stone Clan leader that guarded the mountain gate shook his head, sighing that his fate wasn't bad. He revealed a cold expression and said, "What a pity, you chose the path of death yourself." Yi Fan laughed loudly, and then he coldly said, "Your news is too outdated. Could it be that you still don't know about the heaven-shocking changes that happened today? 7 ancient saints fell in the central continent in a single day. Nonsense, someone who is about to die is still trying to frighten others." This leader shook his head. However, a long roar sounded from the distance. A stone statue flew through the sky, quickly closing in, transmitting a panic-stricken divine will fluctuation. "Not good, my clan's ancient saint fell in the central continent. The great enemy is about to enter the northern region and slaughter his way to our doorstep." Pooh! Yi Fan reached out with a finger, releasing a streak of golden light, causing that stone statue to explode. Rocks and blood scattered outwards, and the divine will stop there. "Go, report to the ancient king that the human race's saint physique has come to throw his life away." This leader's expression changed. Even though he was a half-saint, he still didn't dare fight against Yi Fan. Everyone under the heavens knew that apart from Huang Shudao, the dragon lady of the nest of 10,000 dragons, and a few other ancient emperor children, no one under the saint realm could contend against him. "There is no need to report. We will go in ourselves," Yi Fan said. He released a great roar, and golden blood energy filled the sky. He turned into a streak of light and rushed forward. Pooh, pooh, he unleashed a great slaughter outside Stone Clan's mountain gate, blasting apart Stone Clan's experts with each fist. He was completely unrestrained, and no one could stop him for even a single step. Has chaos truly arrived? Even a trifling Dao executioner dares to stir up trouble in my Stone Clan. Even an ant wants to bite an elephant to death? A dignified voice sounded. A streak of hazy holy splendor appeared in midair and slowly descended. It surrounded that person within. He was like a deity that transcended this mortal world. The Stone Clan saint appeared. He raised his hand and grabbed towards Yi Fan. You are only a lucky ant. If not for the fact that you missed out, my clan brother would have crushed you to death in Central Continent. Is that so? Your stone clan is truly awe-inspiring. You came to my extraordinary soldier manor to kill people, and you even want to seize the 5-colored altar left behind by an ancient great emperor. Today, I will demand an explanation. The extraordinary soldier manor's old manor lord slapped over, stopping him. Human race ancient saint? The one who came revealed his true body. This was a flesh body with a head of thick yellow hair. He exuded heavenly might, and blood energy overflowed, causing the world to rumble. Reporting to Clan Lord, just now, the stone sculpture transmitted a message saying that the 7 ancient saints from the various king clans who headed for Central Continent were all wiped out. I don't know if this is true or false. The Mountain Gate Guard leader said. What? Stone Clan's lord was immediately stupefied. Things are bad. The saints have shed blood in Central Continent, all of them falling. From the distance, cries of alarm sounded. There were people flying over. Stone Clan's people were all shocked. What kind of major event was this? It had to be said that their information was a bit behind schedule. Only now did they feel that things were far from good. You, who are you? Stone Clan's lord stared at Gai Joyo. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. All of his fine hairs stood on end. My name is Gai Joyo, the one who came to reason with you. Gai Joyo walked up. What, human races? Gai Joyo? Stone Clan's lord shivered in fear, almost trembling. He never thought that this existence that even the ancient race's great sage would come looking for him. The surface of his body quickly petrified, turning into a stone person. His defensive strength reached a shocking level. Things are bad. Gai Joyo entered the northern region, wishing to kill the 10 great king clans to establish his might. In the distance, several figures appeared, hurrying over to report. It wasn't that their information was too late, but rather that Yi Fan and the others moved out too quickly. Even though they wasted quite a bit of time searching for the ancient race's residence, news still spread a bit faster. Human race's unmatched supreme being, you cannot be like this. Stone Clan's lord was just full of divine might, as if he was a deity. Divine splendor illuminated his body, calmly descending from the sky, but now, he was trembling. This type of human race supreme being came. With a raise of his hand, it was enough to wipe out his entire clan, completely erasing them from this world. This was the difference in strength. Even though he was an ancient saint who could overlook the world, able to seize the moon from the sky, refine the stars in outer space, almost omnipotent, viewing all life as ants. However, when facing this sickly elder, he didn't have the slightest bit of fighting spirit. He was scared out of his wits, his body trembling. It wasn't that he was too weak, but rather that Gai Joyo released divine might. Strand after strand of energy was released, locking him down, leaving Stone Clan's lord horrified from the bottom of his soul. No. Ah. He released a loud cry. Within the domain released by Gai Joyo, his petrified body quickly cracked, and then it exploded with a hong sound. Blood poured down like rain. Everything was quiet. Stone Clan's people were all terrified to the extreme, all of them trembling with fear. This was their clan lord, someone who could ascend to the 9 heavens and descend to the netherworld, someone who had dominated the world for 5,000 years. He was extremely famous even among the ancient kings. For all life, this should be an unmatched existence. However, at this time, Gai Joyo didn't even take action. He only released a domain, yet Stone Clan's lord, whose defensive strength was unmatched in this world, was completely killed. Yi Fan and the old saint from the unique scholar manor were also shaken. This cultivation realm was something even ancient saints could only look up to from afar. This was a supreme being comparable to those matchless heroes of ancient history. Gai Joyo walked forward, not taking action again. Stone Clan's experts all backed up, and after a few steps, they directly fell weak onto the ground. It was as if they were facing a true deity. In the distance, a weak fluctuation transmitted over. An ancient saint opened a realm gate, wishing to escape through the void. Hong Long. Guy Joyo slapped out with a single hand. That place was annihilated, and an ancient saint screamed miserably. He turned into blood, dust, and ashes, his body and soul destroyed. The Stone Clan was terrified. Their clan had 3 ancient saints, and now, they were completely wiped out. This was the same as a great calamity descending upon them. Since this old one has taken action, not a single one of the saints who humiliated my human race should think about living. The aged voice didn't carry any fluctuations of emotion. It was extremely calm, yet it made all sides silent. Everyone from the Stone Clan trembled, all of them kneeling on the ground. They were suppressed by a type of unmatched aura, unable to budge in the slightest. The person who came was enough to wipe out their clan tens to hundreds of times over. However, Guy Joyo didn't take action against them. This time, his main target was the ancient saints, and he didn't want to kill the innocent. I found a treasure. The old lord of the unique scholar manor was like an old fox, and even his eyebrows were blooming with joy. In his hands were 4 broken stone pieces, each one the size of a palm. They were simple and mysterious, and there were patterns engraved on them. Fragments of the Holy Spirit divine clothes? Guy Joyo was astonished and nodded his head. Yi Fan was astonished. This was indeed a good thing. The Holy Spirit was a supreme existence that dared to challenge the ancient emperors. The Stone Clan was the descendant of a Holy Spirit and an ancient race, so it was reasonable for them to have such an exceptional treasure. This was a supreme defensive treasure. Guy Joyo didn't move. The old lord of the unique scholar manor and Yi Fan were plundering the Stone Clan without restraint, searching for spoils of war. They obtained many precious materials. "Let's go to the next stop," said Guy Joyo. His aged body wasn't imposing, but his back was very straight. He took a step forward and entered the realm gate. 8,000 years ago, he was matchless and majestic, but now, his body was no longer young. His blood energy was dried up, and even his eyes were turbid. He was a hero of a generation, and he had completely aged. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt that this hero was past his prime. 2 hours later, all the saints of the green ghost race were annihilated. 4 hours later, all the ancient saints of the purple lightning race were killed. 6 hours later, all the ancient kings of the divine wool race were executed. Not a single one escaped. The eastern wasteland was shaken, and the ancient race was terrified. They were trembling with fear, and the entire world was in an uproar. The supreme being of the human race took action, brandishing his sword at the ancient race. The exceptional sharpness illuminated the entire great earth. Chapter 11:21. The Blue Demon Abyss was a very special place. It was located in an extremely famous Great Rift Valley in the northern region, where blue mist often floated up. This place was very famous, and few people dared to approach it because they could easily lose their lives. For cultivators, it was a bad place, and they would often lose their way and die. Everyone knew that the northern region was vast and boundless. Standing on the ground and looking forward, it was boundless, barren, and desolate. And approaching here, this feeling would be 10 times stronger. This abyss was broken very neatly, as if a deity's axe had fallen, splitting the earth into 2, straight up and down, thousands of miles into the ground. When approaching here, one could see white bones lying in disarray, like a white rock. The corpses had been accumulated for thousands of years, and many had long been weathered into bone powder. Desolate, desolate, terrifying, and strange were the main themes of this place. For so many years, it was unknown how many creatures had died here, and the snow-white bones were a shocking sight. A space gate appeared above the Scarlet Land, and Yi Fan, the old saint of Cheshire Manor, and Guy Joyo walked out and appeared above the Blue Demon Abyss. This place is just like the rumors, it has a great impact on the spirit of cultivators. As soon as I approach here, my spirit becomes somewhat unstable and wants to rush out of the flesh shell, Yi Fan said to himself with a frown. Any creature that entered this place would lose control of their soul, leaving the shackles of the flesh shell and sinking into the Blue Demon Abyss. There were countless bones on the ground, and it was a vast expanse of whiteness, turning into a sea of bones left behind by the long years. All the creatures died the same way, losing their spirit, leaving only their flesh, and slowly decaying here. The blue demon race below has already awakened for many years. The reason why this place has become a dangerous place is because of them. They are the ones who consume the spirit power of the creatures, the old master of Cheshire Manor said. It was also because of this that the blue demon race's fierce name spread far and wide. They established a kingdom of death, and absorbing spirits was no different from eating humans. It was very harmful to the weak races, so even many ancient races resisted them. Although Yi Fan was a little affected, it was not a big problem. The small golden person in the space between his eyebrows stepped out on its own, opened its mouth, and let out a long roar. It used the swastika heavenly sound, shaking the entire abyss and scattering the blue mist. Someone is waiting for me below, but it doesn't matter, Guy Joyo said. Yi Fan and the old master's hearts trembled. Powerful figures from the ancient races must have appeared. After all, they had killed the ancient saints of the stone race, blue ghost race, violet electric race, and divine wool race. They must have alarmed some powerful old monsters who wanted to stop them. At this moment, forget about Eastern Wasteland and Central Province, even the cultivators in the Eastern Sea heard these rumors. It was because the matter was just too great. A matchless expert of the human race took action, wiping out the saints of the 4 great king clans in succession. Not a single one escaped, all of them turned into flying ashes, shaking heaven and earth. Guy Joyo's name had already resounded throughout the world 8,000 years ago, and everyone in the world knew of him. After so many years of silence, he had once again risen to prominence, and he was even able to kill ancient sages with a single move. Who wouldn't fear him? That day, all of the ancient clans in the north region were terrified, not even daring to breathe loudly. Everyone was in danger, fearing that a great disaster would fall on their heads, and all of them were terrified. Astral winds whistled, and blue mist surged. Large amounts of mist rushed up from the bottom of this abyss, drawing out one's primordial spirit, wanting to leave the body. After descending for 1,000 li, a great lake appeared at the bottom of the Great Rift Valley. It was like a sea, boundlessly large, water vapor lingering about, and clear and crystalline waves. It wasn't that dim here. There were stalks of demon flowers in the water, all of them blue, flickering with brilliance, making this place flicker indeterminately. The mist was precisely emitted by them. There was a giant cave on the shore of the Great Lake, and inside was a bright world that led to the Blue Devil race's residence. That was the true Devil's Nest. Not good, the human race's Guy Joyo has really come. A great disaster is imminent, Guy Woody has arrived. When the group of ancient clans guarding the cave saw the 3 descend, they all cried out in alarm, quickly sending a message inside. Their expressions were terrified, and they were trembling with fear. This group of people was covered in blue scales, and they looked very fierce. However, at this moment, they were like weak and pitiful sheep in front of a lion king, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. Guy Joyo stepped onto the shore, stepped on the white jade stairs, and walked into the ancient cave step by step. Yi Fan and the old master of Cheshire Manor followed closely behind. Only the old man in front of them could even break into the ancient royal lair. He completely ignored the Tao patterns and killing formations laid down by the ancient sages. Any killing divine patterns would become chaotic marks under Guy Joyo's feet and wouldn't have any effect. Among them, the divine will race's formation was the most terrifying, but in the end, it directly collapsed and couldn't do anything to the 3 of them. Guy Joyo stepped into the 10,000 zhang black hole. Supreme human race has graced my blue devil abyss with your presence. What noble purpose do you have? This was a vast underground world. Light and fire flickered, and one could vaguely see an ancient giant city in the distance, shrouded in blue mist. The ancient city built in the underground world had existed since ancient times. This was the habitat of the Blue Devil race, and generation after generation of vicious demon kings had been born here. I'm here to reason with you. Guy Joyo's steps were steady, and with every step, there were Tao patterns on the ground that collapsed. Many of the patterns were damaged and turned into powder. The old saint of Cheshire Manor's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, "This is an ancient killing formation that was perfected by many ancient sages generation after generation. Even a saint might die in it and can't go far." Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. Such terrifying ancient formations were all broken inch by inch under Gai Joyo's feet. How profound was his cultivation to destroy the formations so easily and directly. "Taoist Gai, you came to reason with my race. Why did you damage the protective formation? What's the meaning of this?" A majestic figure appeared on the ancient giant city and looked over. His eyes were like two bolts of lightning. "If I want to reason with you with my fists, I naturally have to fight. Haven't you all been like this all these years? Sweep the world with battle and reason with martial arts," Gai Joyo said. The ancient city in front of them was silent. The people on the city walls felt a majestic aura rushing over, and their bodies trembled. "Senior Gai, you killed the ancient sages of the 4 great races in one day. Do you want to turn the northern region upside down and kill all the ancient races?" the person on the city wall asked loudly. "All races coexist, and all races are equal. Originally, we could have coexisted peacefully, but you all have gone too far." The old saint of Cheshire Manor looked forward and said, "You all ignore the convention of the myriad races and have been running amok and killing all these years." This time, the 7 sages came out one after another and broke into the important land of the human race. "You do whatever you want. Do you want to destroy our race?" "There's some misunderstanding," the Blue Demon Clan Lord said as he stood on the ancient city. "Misunderstanding? Your 10 great royal families issued a kill order for me and sent 7 ancient sages to the Central Plains to kill me. What a big misunderstanding this is," Yi Fan said coldly. On the ancient giant city, the Blue Demon Clan Lord's expression was cold. He ignored Yi Fan's words. Usually, no one below the saint level dared to disrespect him. This was because the Blue Demon Clan was not only one of the 10 great primordial races, but also one of the 10 strongest royal families apart from the royal family. They had an extremely deep foundation and had once produced the great sage. Moreover, the Blue Demon Clan Lord of this generation was a peerless genius known as the Blue Demon Heavenly King. He had walked very far on the road of proving his Tao and was only one step away from becoming the great sage. It could be said that this person was amazing and his combat strength was terrifying. He far surpassed many ancient kings and was ranked at the top of the world of experts. "You have gone too far. You have been unscrupulous for so many years. How far do you want to go? Do you want to completely destroy the human race?" Yi Fan continued. The Blue Demon Clan Lord still did not speak. He relied on his status and did not look at Yi Fan. He only looked at Gai Joyo and the old saint of the unique warrior palace. "Why are you not speaking? Senior Gai came here to talk to you about the great principles between the human race and the ancient race, and also to demand an explanation for Yi Fan," the old saint of the unique warrior palace said. "Perhaps we have done something wrong, but the 7 ancient sages have all died in the Central Plains. The anger of the human race should have subsided by now, right?" the Blue Demon Clan Lord said. "Not enough. There are only a few of you. If we don't kill all the ancient sages of the 10 great kings, how can the storm be quelled?" Gai Joyo said. He had been peerless 8,000 years ago, and his words could not be disobeyed. Now that he had made such a decision, his determination could not be changed. Boom! A monstrous domain spread out, and Gai Joyo arrived in front of the ancient city in a single step. The Blue Demon Clan Lord's face was snow-white, and all the bones in his body were broken. He coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying thousands of meters away. His heart was aghast. He was only one step away from becoming a great sage, but in front of this sickly old man, he couldn't even be compared to a scarecrow. The monstrous might brought about by a single step was actually so terrifying. "You ignored Yi Fan, thinking that your status is very noble? But if you compare yourself to Senior Gai, what can you rely on?" The old saint of the unique warrior palace sneered. In the ancient city, there was a giant tree that towered into the sky. Its branches and leaves were luxuriant, and it was rooted in the center of the city. It flickered with blue light and lingered in the air, making people's primordial spirits want to fly out. This was the blue demon ancient tree. It could swallow the primordial spirits of all living beings in the world and turn them into the most primordial essence energy for the cultivation of the Blue Demon clan. It was the foundation of their clan's prosperity. At this time, two figures flew out and blocked the Blue Demon clan lord, who had been sent flying. They transformed into two balls of divine radiance and continuously patted his body thousands of times. The bones all over the Blue Demon clan lord's body creaked, and his primordial spirit emitted light. He was originally about to break inch by inch, but now that he had received help, his injuries were finally stabilized. He, the Blue Demon clan lord, was incomparably terrified. If it weren't for these two people, he would most likely have died. At this moment, all his hopes turned to dust, and a chill ran down his spine. He was known as a peerless genius and had great hopes of becoming the great sage. But this person had only taken a single step, and just that aura alone had almost crushed him to pieces. This was a gargantuan disparity. Just a moment ago, he clearly felt an invincible will, one that even the great sage couldn't compare to. That wisp of aura had only been sensed when he had an audience with the Emperor of Fighting in the past. This person clearly had the hope of proving the Tao. The two people who flew over from the Blue Demon ancient tree shone with eternal brilliance. Both of them looked at Guy Joyo as if they were facing a great enemy. "Brother Guy, didn't we have an agreement not to take action? Why can't you sit still?" The one who spoke was actually the great sage Hunshuo. He had come to stop Guy Joyo. "Isn't this a bit too much? You should know that in this world, you might not necessarily be the supreme being. No one dares to say that they are invincible. Who knows, an old senior might jump out from my ancient race," the Golden King said with a cold expression. His entire body was shrouded in golden brilliance. The appearance of the ancient race's great sage would inevitably cause a great storm that would sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Is that so? If there really is one, I'm very happy to see him come out. After so many years, it's really lonely. Guy Joyo let out a long sigh. Chapter 11:22. The golden pupils of the Golden King contracted as he stared at Guy Joyo. He felt that the old man in front of him was somewhat unfathomable, which made him horrified. Brother Guy's cultivation is comparable to the legendary Supreme Existence. I admire you. You can be said to be world-shaking. Unfortunately, you were born in the wrong era. Great Sage Hunshuo said with a smile. Yi Fan and the odd warrior Manor's old Manor Lord both felt uneasy in their hearts. The supreme ancient immortal realms was a flourishing great era where all races coexisted. Now, they all appeared at the same time. Maybe there really were old seniors who surpassed the great sage realm. These two great sage were most likely not speaking without thinking. Was this an invisible deterrent? If there was an old senior mentioned by the great sage, then the world would really change. Guy Joyo sighed and said, I'm old and useless. I just want to see the ancient race's peerless existence. I wonder if you two can introduce me? As soon as this was said, Yi Fan and the old sage of the Cheshire mansion felt a chill in their hearts. Could it be that the ancient race really had such a supreme being? Guy Joyo sensed something. Great sage Hunshuo didn't speak, while the Golden King looked indifferent and didn't speak immediately. The scene quieted down, and the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Guy Joyo, I admit that you are very strong, but can you last in your current state? I believe I can fight with you. After a long time, the Golden King said. You only came with 2 incarnations? Guy Joyo said casually. Behind them, the Blue Demon clan master was shocked. It was obvious that the 2 great sage of the ancient race were also incomparably afraid of him. They didn't come with their real bodies, but only came with their incarnations to test the waters. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eyes. Earlier, he couldn't see any difference because these 2 incarnations were also very powerful and not much weaker than the real body. The ancient city under the Blue Demon abyss was magnificent. In the center, there was an ancient tree that reached to the sky. It shone with blue crystal luster and was surrounded by ribbon-shaped mist that spread in all directions. Great Sage Hunchuo and the Golden King stood on the city gate, blocking Gai Jiuyo. At this time, the Golden King's words made the atmosphere extremely tense. Is that so? Why don't we spar? Gai Jiuyo said. Many people in the Gu clan thought that Gai Jiuyo's bloodline had dried up. Sometimes, bullying the human clan was a form of probing. Now that Gai Jiuyo had made his move, it overturned many people's understanding. Golden King was not sure. His golden pupils shot out two sparkling divine brilliance, trying to penetrate everything inside the sickly old man's body. Brother Gai, shouldn't you stop after killing the ancient saints of the four great royal clans? If you continue, it won't be beneficial to anyone. The enmity should be resolved. No, it should be deepened, Great Sage Hunchuo said. All these years, I've witnessed everything that has happened. Time and time again, the ancient race has been getting more and more overboard. They're getting worse and worse. Can you resolve this? Gai Jiuyo asked calmly. I believe that this type of thing will rarely happen in the future. The immortalization road is about to open, and even the ancient saints have to make preparations. I believe that there will be a period of peace. Hunta said. Once the immortalization road opens, the world will be in chaos. The flames of war will reach the heavens. Now, even the Gu clan can't restrain themselves and maintain peace. When that day comes, you can imagine what will happen. Gai Jiuyo shook his head. Brother Gai, are you really going to start a massacre today and exterminate the 10 ancient saints? Great Sage Hunchuo asked in a low voice. That's right. Not a single one can be left. These 10 races have gone too far. This is no longer the immemorial era. They still want to eat the flesh and blood of the human clan. They yell angrily and treat us as slaves. What they've done is enough to exterminate the entire race, Gai Jiuyo said. Brother Gai, I admit that your magic power is unparalleled, but don't think that no one can keep you in check, even if you recover to your peak. Great Sage Hunchuo said. Gai Jiuyo smiled. This time, he didn't say anything. Golden King said coldly, Gai Jiuyo, you've gone too far. How can you understand the methods of the ancient emperor? As long as you haven't proven your Tao, you'll never be able to compare. After such a long period of time, you've already missed the age to prove your Tao. You're too old. It's too unrealistic to rely on your own strength to suppress the 10,000 races. There's no point in saying this. Do you two want to stop me? Gai Jiuyo said. Great Sage Hunchuo said, Brother Gai, let me seriously remind you that in such a great era, it's not a miracle for one or two unparalleled old seniors to appear. If a quasi-emperor appears, Gai Jiuyo, even if you recover to your peak state, you most likely won't be able to handle it. Golden King said coldly. Gai Jiuyo didn't say anything else. He took a step forward, and a monstrous aura rushed up. The Blue Devil clan master in the city screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was full of fear. He was only one step away from becoming the Great Sage, but now he was as weak as an ant. Under this kind of aura, he could collapse at any time and turn his body and soul into ashes. One had to know that the other party hadn't really made a move. It was just a tyrannical aura rushing over. Gai Jiuyo, you've gone too far. Do you really want to slaughter the Blue Devil clan's ancient saint in front of us? Golden King shouted. His expression was ashen as he produced streaks of golden light to dissolve the earth-shattering aura. Brother Gai, please be lenient. Great Sage Hunchuo also said and took a step forward. I can't be lenient. All the ancient saints of the 10 clans must be eliminated. Not a single one can be spared, Gai Jiuyo said firmly. He continued to walk forward and wanted to pass between the two great sage. The divine might was vast and mighty. The entire huge ancient city began to sway. The branches and leaves of the blue ancient tree in the distance swayed and rustled. Blue light soared into the sky. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Gai Jiuyo might make a move against the great sage. The experts of the Blue Devil clan were about to stop breathing because this would determine their fate. I'm here. I won't allow you to kill the ancient saints of this clan, especially him. Golden King said, pointing at the Blue Devil clan master. The Blue Devil clan master had a chance of becoming the great sage. He was an extraordinary existence, and every time he visited him, he would perform the etiquette of a disciple. Is that so? Then try and stop me. Today, I will be the first to kill him, Guy Joyo said with a calm expression. He continued to walk forward. Golden King's expression was cold as he moved forward to stop him. However, Guy Joyo was like an immortal moving and passed him calmly. Golden King's supreme great Tao marks were ineffective and couldn't be stopped. Chi! Guy Joyo calmly made a move. He pointed out with a finger, and light flew up and shot forward. Ah, the Blue Devil clan master cried out. Someone as powerful as him could pluck down stars, but at this time, he couldn't move at all. He couldn't avoid that brilliant finger radiance and his forehead was instantly penetrated. He let out a mournful roar. Pooh! Blood splashed everywhere, turning into a rain of blood. Most of it was blue. A magnificent peerless genius of a generation died a violent death just like that. All of this seemed incomparably simple. Guy Joyo didn't seem to use much strength to eliminate the Blue Devil clan master. Guy Joyo! Golden King roared, his golden pupils shooting out dazzling light. Don't be impulsive. You are not his opponent, Great Sage Hunchuo said with a frown. Golden King said, it's fine. It's just an incarnation. So what if I give it up? Let me test his actual strength and see if he's bluffing. Guy Joyo entered the city and flew directly toward the Blue Devil ancient tree. He wanted to enter the race's most important place and kill the ancient saint who was in seclusion. Not good, even the two great sage can't stop him. What should we do? If we had known earlier, we would have run for our lives. There were two ancient kings on the ancient tree with extraordinary magic power. However, at this time, their faces were snow white and couldn't resist Guy Joyo in the slightest. Guy Joyo, you are too strong. If you attack these two, don't regret it. Golden King roared. Are you threatening me? Guy Joyo turned around with a cold gaze. Then, his large hand covered the ancient tree and grabbed forward. Paramount Great Sage, please save us, the two ancient saints of the Blue Devil race cried out. They couldn't dodge, and this place was sealed. Meanwhile, the other clansmen trembled and couldn't help but fall to the ground. Their eyes were full of fear. Thinking back to the ancient times, they ate the flesh and blood of the human race and enslaved them in every way possible. They had never thought that a supreme being would appear in this race, and now, he could kill their ancient kings as easily as slaughtering dogs. Without any suspense, the two ancient saints on the Blue Devil tree turned into a mist of blood. Their divine souls were shattered inch by inch, and they were erased from the world. Guy Joyo! Golden King was furious. He unleashed world-shaking methods and charged forward. The ancient emperor's matchless divine technique, the Golden Divine Treasure, was opened. Golden bells, simple and unadorned divine pagodas, sharp golden divine swords, and large cauldrons shone brilliantly. They rushed out from a golden kingdom that belonged to weapons and flew toward Guy Joyo. The great sage's attack was enough to flatten this underground world. However, in the face of such a violent attack, Guy Joyo didn't do much. He simply dodged the attacks of thousands of golden weapons and arrived in front of Golden King. What? Even Hunchuo Great Sage was astonished. It was too fast. Just a moment ago, he sensed strands of the supreme aura that the sacred battle's sovereign had given him back then. Boom! Guy Joyo flipped his palm forward, and the world of the Golden Divine Treasure collapsed, turning into a storm of energy that was enough to destroy half of the northern region. However, with a stroke of his palm, all the light gathered in the center of his palm, and the power of the great sage, which could shatter ancient stars, was annihilated in his palm. Then, his right arm shook and slashed down toward Golden King. Instantly, Golden King screamed, and the golden light on his body instantly dimmed. Brother Guy, have mercy! Great Sage Hunchuo shouted. Guy Joyo ignored him. His palm pressed down, and with another shake, the luster on Golden King's body completely disappeared. He howled in pain, and his golden hair fluttered in the wind. He couldn't resist the rough hand. Bang! Guy Juyo's expression was cold. He took a step forward and ruthlessly slashed down with his rough hand. The sound of the golden path being destroyed was deafening. Pfft! The golden great sage screamed miserably. His whole body was covered in blood, and then his body collapsed into pieces. He was slaughtered here. Guy Juyo didn't use much magic power, and he looked very calm. After 3 shakes, the golden great sage shattered into hundreds of pieces, turning into a rain of light that disappeared into the heaven and earth. Guy Juyo, I'm not finished with you. In a pure land in the northern region, golden light shone brightly, and an angry roar resounded through the mountains and rivers. This was the important place of the far ancient imperial clan, the Golden Cave. The true body of the great sage of gold opened his eyes in the ancient cave. His golden pupils burned with 2 torch-like brilliance. He suddenly stood up and took out the supreme treasure of his race, the golden swordbreaker, an ancient imperial weapon of the Great Path. In the next moment, he rushed up from the golden cave and tore through the void. He shouted, I don't believe you can defy the heavens. Let's see how you fight against the ancient imperial weapon. The sound was like thunder, shaking the mountains and rivers, and many mountains collapsed. The heroes of the northern region were shocked. The golden great sage had gone crazy.